Okay, all right. So I think it's 9 o'clock, so we're gonna go ahead and get started. So if everyone please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, and then we're gonna follow that with a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Aaron, roll call, please.
President Lee.
Here.
Vice President Close. Here. Superintendent Designee Wright.
Here.
Dr. Crockett. Mr. Mason. Ms. Rice. Mr. Stratton.
Present.
Mr. Swanson.
Present.
Ms. Wood.
Here, present.
Ms. Yanoff.
Here.
President Lee, you have a quorum.
Great, thank you, Erin. Just a few housekeeping rules. There are board members participating in today's meeting, both in person at our regular board meeting location and virtually. There are charter holders participating in today's meeting, both in person at our regular board meeting location and virtually. It's amazing to see you all. Just side note, it's so good to see your guys' faces. Those participating virtually should stay muted until their item is considered. We will ask if the charter is available, and if so, the charter can unmute themselves at that time, and the general public is viewing the meeting via a live stream. Okay. Up next, we have the superintendent's report with Designee Kate Wright. Good morning.
Thank you very much. I want to take just a moment to acknowledge respectfully the geographical landscape of Maricopa County sits on the ancestral homelands of those indigenous nations that have inhabited this land for centuries, including the Pima, Lehigh, and Bean peoples. I have just a few announcements on behalf of the Department of Education. The first is a teacher residency announcement. At the end of October, Superintendent Hoffman, along with Dr. Cruz Rivera, president of Northern Arizona University, announced an expansion of ADE's partnership with NAU and the K-12 Center to launch our state's first ever teacher residency program in an effort to prepare teachers like we prepare doctors, with rigorous hands-on graduate level training and experience where residents learn to develop and sustain themselves as teachers. I may have mentioned this at our previous board meeting. There is an update in the sense that we now have 3 partner districts who are working with the department and the K-12 Center: Osborne Schools, Roosevelt Elementary School District, and Tempe Elementary School. The application is available on our website, which is the first step for anyone interested in beginning this program for the 22-23 school year. The other update is around the Office of Digital Teaching and Learning. We have done an opportunity assessment, which really is a needs assessment. We've sent it to all of our districts and our charter leaders. There are just a few more days to complete the assessment. It was to close yesterday. They've extended it to December 22nd. At this moment, we've got about 15% response rate, so we're looking for a little more to be able to make decisions. We will use the data that is submitted in the assessment to identify, prioritize, and allocate resources. So it really is critical that we receive as many responses as we possibly can. If any of your school leaders did not receive the message, which was ADE, Digital Teaching and Learning Opportunity Assessment, please reach out to the department and we will resend the link. Additionally, please ask your HR teams to complete the 2021 teacher input application for all certified and non-certified personnel. This was due yesterday, if not completed by the end of the week. It is part of our federal requirements for reporting, so it's really critical that the department submit accurate data there. And the only other announcement is around ESSER data, actually around ESSER applications. Just a reminder to please have your charter submit their applications for ESSER 2 funds as soon as possible, and that ESSER 3 allocations are due February 1st, 2022. Thank you.
Great, thank you for the update. Are there board members, are there any questions for the superintendent? All right, thank you. Okay. Okay, next up we have the executive director's report. Ashley.
Good morning, President Lee, Superintendent Designee Wright, and board members. For my legal update, I wanted to let you know that Pinnacle Education Keno, which is the charter holder that the board did revoke, they did appeal to the Superior Court, and I will provide you additional information as we go through that process. With regard to Fountain Hills, that is a charter that the board did issue a notice of intent to revoke. We do have a hearing set for January 14th in front of the Office of Administrative Hearings. I will also bring that back to you with additional information. For Arizona Education Solutions, this is a charter that did appeal the board's decision to only allow for a partial enrollment cap increase. With regard to that, we are in communication with the charter on potentially a new submission that would come in front of the board for your consideration with additional data. Board staff and our AG, Vicki Bergen, are working on developing 5 operational consent agreements and are working with the attorneys representing those charters to finalize those agreements, which will ultimately come to you for your approval. Additionally, Institute for Transformative Education is a charter that the board did issue a 10% withholding because they did not submit their fiscal year 2021 audit. Currently, the charter has not submitted its audit. Therefore, they will be brought in front of the board in January for additional disciplinary action if they do not submit their audit prior to that date. And that is my legal update. Are there any questions? Okay, I'll move on to the approved amendments and termination agreements. As indicated in previous meetings, I am to update the board regarding the AOIs, or Arizona Online Instruction requests, that I do approve as the executive director, and also the surrender agreements that President Lee may sign off on. As of right now, between last board meeting and this board meeting, we have not approved any surrender agreements or AOI amendments. Additionally, though, I have approved 31 amendments that are more technical in nature, and we continue to do pop-in and school reviews at this time. And that is all I have to report to the board.
Board members, any questions for Ashley? Okay, awesome, thank you so much. Okay, up next we have the call to the public, and there's no written public comment received, and there were no requests to speak received. So we will move on to the implementation of, we have a presentation on the implementation of NAEA exemplary practice at Student Choice High School. I'm very excited about this. Ms. Rachel Morris and Samantha Thompson. Thank you.
Good morning, President Lee, Superintendent Designee, and board members. My name is Rochelle Morris, and I serve as the Vice President of Operations for Student Choice High School. We're an alternative education district that has been in operation here in Arizona for, I think, 21 years, I think we're going on. So thank you again for having me here. I have my team joining myself this morning, and we're so excited to share with you some of the best practices that are happening within our district, but also within our alternative education community. So not only do I serve with Student Choice High School, but I also serve as a board member for the Arizona Alternative Education Consortium. And so as a community of alternative education educators, we have been aligning our practices to the National Alternative Education Association's exemplary practices. And so I do have the privilege this morning to showcase one of the ways that we have made that alignment happen in our district here at Student Choice High School. And particularly, we'll be looking at what is considered exemplary practice 15. And I think, are you advancing? Perfect.
Just give me a.
Yep,
Next slide.
you can, next slide. Perfect. Thank you. And before I introduce my team, I do want to acquaint you with some of the data that does drive the best practices that we've begun to implement in our district. And this slide here is showing you effective strategies on reducing the dropout rate. It was done or published more so by the Dropout Prevention Network. And this is a meta-analysis, which if you're familiar with meta-analyses, we know it's looking at multiple data and research and putting that together. And so based on the results, you see here the effect size of strategies that lower dropout rates. And so as a district, as an alternative education consortium, we've looked at this data pretty extensively to help drive our decisions and our practices to ensure that students that come to us are staying in school. Our goal is to be a champion for them, get them to the finish line, but even beyond that, we want to set them up for success for post-secondary opportunities. And so today we will be showcasing for you the implementation of what we call a student success plan. And it's embedding not only the first effect size that you see up there related to career development, to job training, but also mentoring. And this has been something we've been able to implement for the last 2 years. So very excited to give you that presentation. If you'll go to the next slide. And this here is a screenshot of the practice that we'll be showcasing today. Again, it's personalized education plan. And most excitedly, Student Choice Surprise was recognized this past year as a showcase model school, one of 5 schools across the nation. And we also had an opportunity to travel to St. Louis and present at the national conference our implementation of this practice. We've also presented at the Charter Association conference. We've presented to the Alternative Education Consortium. So we're really gaining traction with the work that we're doing, but again, helping to motivate our counterparts that serve in alternative education as well. Next slide. The most exciting part really is to get into the nuts and bolts of what we do and what that looks like. And with me today are 2 amazing leaders that also serve in Student Choice, and that is Samantha Thompson, who is our administrator for leadership and accountability, and then Sarah Wade, who is our principal at our Surprise campus, who also brought 2 students with us today to share their testimony of how the Student Success Plan has impacted their life. So I'll be turning the microphone over to my colleagues, and we'll be happy to answer questions at the end. But thank you very much for having us today.
Would you mind going to the next slide? Thank you. Thank you for having us. One important piece is to integrate the best practices, and we know that there are many, many things to consider. There are a few up here. One is the meta-analysis that Rochelle just mentioned, those 3 strategies to help support students so that they don't drop out and they continue, which is the training, job training, the mentoring, and parent involvement. We also utilize the exemplary practices, and we also consider the ADE ECAP attributes, which is so important that the students receive and get those practices and those attributes before they leave us, along with satisfactory monthly progress and expectations for their academics and their connections with their mentor, along with wraparound services that hold true to everything that we, our mission kind of delivers. So how do we put into practice all of those best practices for students? What is going to really make an impact? And we want the students to be successful, a success plan, a student success plan. There are 2 components to the student success plan. There's an academic side, and the academic side really assists the students in achieving their pathway after school, after they graduate. It is the expectations that we deliver for academics and supporting them with their education. And then there's this personal plan. Not only is academics really important, but that personal plan helps a student know the pathway that they're going to after graduation, along with that mentorship that supports them along the way. With the student success plan, it's accessible to the student, to the family, to the mentor, and to the staff. It's a document that the student can look on many times. There are milestones along the way that have intentional mentoring sessions that we'll talk a little bit more about in just a minute to ensure that the student stays connected with their goals. This slide that you see is the academic plan. And the top portion of the academic plan holds all of the compliance pieces that are necessary, such as the student information, email, the satisfactory monthly progress expectation, when they're going to be meeting with their mentor, and any revisions that might be needed to that learning plan. At the bottom portion is the academics. The students can see the credits that they've completed, along with what is left to complete. They can see that finish line and they can see what's coming up next. Thank you. The next piece of that document is the personal plan. And this is met with the mentor, an intentional session that happens often to set their goals, to explore pathways after graduation, and also life skills. one thing about this personal plan is the student can meet with their mentor, especially coming to us as a freshman, and we ask them, what do you want to do after you graduate? And of course, a lot of students may not know the possibilities. They might think a teacher, a firefighter, and that's okay to start with that goal and begin exploring those possibilities. And it's also okay once they learn what's out there in the possibilities to change that goal, because those milestones that they meet with their mentor often helps that, along with life skills. So not only are they going to be looking towards their pathway, but what do they know now, along with what they need to know for life, such as interviewing skills, writing a resume, feeling good about what they're going to be doing after graduation.
Each student partakes in an intake meeting with myself and the family. And during that intake, not only are we filling out their academic plan, and I'm filling in some things and I'm getting to know this about the student and the family and their goals, I'm filling out the personal plan as well. Along with that comes knowing what their pathway is. So we highlight a pathway, you can see that at the bottom. We tell students that there's 4 major pathways, of course: college, university, which has its own requirements for graduation, and of course enrollment, and then trade school. So if the trade school tab offers them WestMech, UTI, just to give you a few examples, all of them are hyperlinked so the family at home can explore. If in the moment during an intake, a family or a student feels they have a specific goal and they have always had a dream of becoming, let's say, an auto mechanic, I quickly show them the hyperlink that could take them to that pathway, so that when they're at home, they can explore that with their families together and make even more decisions. The reason for highlighting at the bottom is just a quick reference so that their mentor knows exactly which pathway they kind of decided on during intake, but the students always have access to all of them so they can explore. So of course, workforce, if they have that highlighted, but then they're thinking, hey, I may want to go to community college, they can always check that one out as well. And it also has all the local universities and community colleges. So this just allows students to kind of get a picture of what the doors that are open to them, even though they may feel behind in high school. They do have a future, and we just start looking into that. This is definitely somewhere where mentors can start to track suggested electives for their pathway, as well as noting what they may have looked up and take notes for their future as well, just so they have those options. Thank you. This next one is an accountability piece for everybody. I visit this with families as well. It's a tab on the bottom of their student success plan. The mega milestones allows families to track what progress and what supports we're offering them. We're making a promise to them that we're supporting them both socially, emotionally, for their pathway, and then also for academics. So this holds everyone accountable. Off to the left are check boxes that just ensures that it's happened. The date is there for the staff member who's supporting the student to be able to note that. And then on the far right, it has the initials. So each staff member is saying it's handled, it's done, we've supported the student with this. Of course, we revisit it if needed, but at least this ensures that each milestone is met. As the student completes a course, if I notice they're up for another milestone, let's say they're within 6 credits, I trigger their mentor so they know that the next milestone is needed and the student needs support. The mentor is there at all times for students, but this particular piece allows us to track those students who may be working from home to come in to get support. The next time they're there, the mentor knows exactly what milestone they're working on and working towards. The next is student testimony. I have 2 students with me today. The first one is Samantha Bressman. Samantha has been working while she's been going to high school. So the dropout recovery program has been successful for her with that. And the second one is Maya Wade, no relation. She is also attending WestMech while she's going through high school. So I'll let them kind of describe how they use the student success plan and how they've found it beneficial.
Go first. It's just really nice to be able to use it just because like you can see everything, like all your classes that you've like already taken and the classes that you need to take. And school just gets really overwhelming to just be able to see like all the credits and stuff just really helps.
Yeah, so I'm in WestMech. I'm going there for veterinary science.
And the student success plan actually really helped me a lot because it was my sophomore year that I was really interested in Westmac, and I actually sat down with Miss Wade, and we brought up my student success plan, and she really helped me go through like everything that I've already accomplished and credits that I need to make. So I was actually able to get into Westmac and meet the regulations to be able to get in there. And yeah, it's also really helpful though, because I'm a really big like overthinker at night. And like I get really overwhelmed with like my classes and like where I'm at with my classes and how many credits I've already made and like, all that stuff. And then I can actually just pull up my student success plan. It's in my email. They sent me a link to it. I can just click on it and it's there. And then it tells me all the classes that where I'm at. And like, it really just simplifies like my whole like high school plan and stuff. And it really just calms me down to be able to just know exactly like where I'm at. So.
Thank you, guys. Yeah.
All right, so that is a glance at our student success plan and how we integrate that with the NAEA's exemplary practices. And so continuing forward as an alternative education community, we hope to bring more schools in front of you to showcase how we're integrating these best practices and also showing how we bring value to education as an alternative education community. Previous to my opportunity at Student Choice, I had been in district settings and had always been at Title I schools and had received many accolades. And I thought that was really hard work. Came to Student Choice, and I will tell you, alternative education is the hardest work really there is. These students have so many needs and so much potential, and to be a champion for them when they have so many environmental barriers, I can't think of anything that's more fulfilling than the work that we're doing in alt ed. So thank you for supporting us. Thank you for believing in alternative education, and know that we are continuing on our pathway to raise that bar of excellence because we want to bring that credibility and that value to education like all of our counterparts across the state. But any questions, we're happy to answer those. I'm sure the students also would be happy to answer questions as they speak.
Board members are there? Yes, please.
Thank you, President Lee. Just a comment and a quick question. So this is really interesting. We at the department partnered with Row West to do research around the ECAP and how to make it more successful and more widely meaningful for our students. And one of the things that came out of that study is that interaction with an adult who is also invested in the success of the student makes a tremendous difference. So students that just do the success plan, check the box, sit it to the side, and then continue around about their way, don't see any benefit or impact from doing a plan by itself. So I just wonder, and I know you spoke to it in the slides, but maybe you could give me just a little more information because it is a great best practice. Is there structured interaction with the mentor? I know they're available all the time, but what might that structured interaction look like that's intentional or planned? And then how do you re-engage families past intake? That was one of the key takeaways was when parents aren't involved in the success plan incrementally a long time, that there's also not really a benefit to the plan itself. So thank you, and it is really interesting work that you're doing.
We, as a leader planning professional development, I constantly bring in a speaker called Josh Shipp, who happened to be our keynote speaker at the national conference we attended. And he's done work behind that every young person should have one connected adult in their life. And so we really do take that to heart. So when we say mentor, sometimes it's not as formal as that. The student success plan definitely is formalized in meeting those milestones, but sometimes it's just about sitting next to that student and just being a champion, a cheerleader, a listening ear, a supporter for them. Many of our students come to us already as adults. I think our demographically, most of our students are about 19 to 20. Some of them do not have the support of their families, don't live at home. And so oftentimes they have to serve as their own advocate. So they tend to look to us to be that family supporter. And you probably could speak to it better, but first it's just removing the barriers and just getting to know them and build a relationship, building that connection. And then the formalized process can come after that. But we know that students aren't going to listen to us if they don't know that we care about them. There's research behind it. Sounds cheesy, but for those of us in education, we absolutely know that to be the case. If you want to add to that.
there was a really good question about how the mentor meetings and are they structured? So the expectation on my campus is monthly, like the mentors are reaching out monthly, and that's more the informal connection of the mentor going to that personal plan, remembering, right? Recalling everything that they said they were working towards, noting a celebration, remembering the little things that the student said, capturing that in the conversation, whether it's over the phone, which is often popular, coming on campus. We do have several students that do come on campus, so it's easy to just kind of bring them to the side and have their mentor talk to them. The formal piece, though, is also on that milestones. So within 6 credits, the mentor actually has check boxes for things that are structured. Monthly is required, though, on my campus for the informal meet with the mentor. Oftentimes we can get them through text, right? Hey, I'm thinking about you. I saw that you did, you're halfway done with that class. Keep up the good work. And oftentimes the student will call back and they'll have a conversation. And sometimes we can't get them on a Google Meet or in person, but the expectation is monthly. So it's not just those milestones. The milestones, they'll hold everybody accountable for making sure that they're reaching each milestone along the way till graduation comes.
And I'll just add to that too, in addition to the formalized mentoring session, all of our staff goes through a mentoring training. So we all have just the same knowledge and verbiage to connect with the students and what the trainings look like and the sessions, the intentional sessions look like as well.
That's great. Thank you. Board members, are there any other questions or comments? Yes, please.
So thank you for coming today. Very interesting, to see what you guys are doing to help these kids move along. Because this is just a comment, my experience with the alternative schools is that our traditional measures of how we measure quality and outcomes don't really fit. And so I oftentimes feel like, we don't really see what's happening. So I appreciate you coming here and all the work and effort that you guys are putting into moving kids along. So thank you.
Yes, thank you. And I will also just add that, I'm very proud of the state of Arizona for adopting an alternative measure for measuring success in alternative schools. So while proficiency is a component of that, we also know, right, from the meta-analysis that there's other ways that we truly keep kids engaged. And now during the pandemic, more than ever, we need to be aware of those best practices and implement those and celebrate the schools that are doing it well. So thank you for allowing us to be here today and show you some of the work that we're doing.
Yeah, and I was just gonna make a quick comment. I had the pleasure of actually attending the training at the Charter Association conference, and it was amazing. And I was there with our executive director for our schools, and we are absolutely implementing some things based off of what we saw. And so just to make a comment that what you guys are doing is great for alternative education, but it's great for education. Every student, whether in an alt setting or not, needs a mentor, needs this plan. I think it really, I was able to get my hands on it and look at it. It really incorporates so much of the ECAP requirement and makes it simple for students to see. It is overwhelming as a student to decide what you want to do, and it's just a lot of pressure. I also just really quick appreciate your comments. So I spent a few years as a teacher in alternative education. My favorite years teaching were in alternative education. And just the comment about family, and I just remember, when you do parent-teacher conferences in an alternative education, you're meeting 90% of the time, at least in my experience, with the student, because they are, you hit the nail on the head, they are their parent a lot of times. And a lot of times, at least my students were parents, were parents themselves. And so I just appreciate, I think that advocacy piece is so important, and that common language, what you guys are doing for mentors, I think is just really transformational and a best practice across the board, whether you're, in alt education or any type of education. So thanks for your work and thanks for sharing it. We totally stole some stuff from you guys, so appreciate it. But thank you for being here, and to the students in the back, thank you. You're lucky you're sitting down, or you definitely have a question from us. But thank you guys for showing up and being here. We appreciate your time. Thank you.
And thanks for your time as well.
All right, thank you guys. All right, on to the consent agenda. Is there a motion?
I'll second.
Thank you, that was great. Aaron with the roll call.
Vice President Close. Aye. Superintendent Designee Wright.
Aye.
Dr. Crockett.
Aye.
Mr. Mason.
Aye.
Ms. Rice.
Aye.
Mr. Stratton.
Aye.
Mr. Swanson.
Aye.
Ms. Wood.
Aye.
Ms. Fianoff,
Aye.
President Lee.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Great, thank you. Okay, moving on to compliance matters, and I believe that Joanna, you are gonna be with us for this whole section, and that we have Triumphant Learning Center up first.
That's correct. Good morning, President Lee, Superintendent Designee Wright, Vice President Close, and board members. The charter holder, the Triumphant Learning Center Incorporated, was brought before the board at its November 22nd, 2021 board meeting. However, on that day, the audio and video systems had multiple technical difficulties. For that reason, board staff is bringing this charter back to the board for a reconsideration of the action taken by the board at the November meeting. As a quick reminder, the charter holder operates one school, Triumphant Learning Center, serving grades K through 8 in Safford. Board staff had conducted an interval desk review on April 1st, 2021. Based on that review, several issues of non-compliance have been identified. Those issues are now currently in compliance by the charter holder. And the only outside issue they had that was out of the interval desk review was that they had an audit finding discovered during on-site monitoring on the school services to students with disabilities that's conducted by the Arizona Department of Education. I do know that Mrs. Dutt and Mrs. Marble, who are the charter representatives for this charter holder, are here in person. But before they come up, do you have any questions for me?
Board members, are there any questions before we move to the charter? Okay, so then if so, the charter holder would like to come up at this time, please state your name for the record and then any statement you would like to make.
Well, good morning, President Lee, Designee Wright, and board members. I'm Robin Dutt. I am the founder of Triumphant Learning Center, founded in 1996. And I am here to thank you for this opportunity for reconsideration on this particular item. I am very sorry that at the November 22nd meeting, I was not able to connect with the link. And when I was called by Miss Black, I did call back and I could hear, but I could not unmute my phone. And so I just, it was like a perfect storm of craziness. And it's actually a very good representation of my problems with technology in general. So I do apologize for myself for not meeting these operational expectations that the board has had. I'm just sorry. I don't know why this happened. I've been able to do this for all these years. I can't even tell you. Other than technology, it's really the technology component that's getting me. And so what I have learned is I need help. I have tried to do this on my own since the beginning. I have been the only charter representative. I have done everything. And I realize at this point, I need a lot of help. So what has happened because of these audit, I have done a lot of reflecting, and I now have Shanna Marble, who is just recently is now a charter representative as well. So our communications between the board and myself, I have another person with younger eyes and better technological skills, can keep me and the school on track. I think that by itself will be a big benefit for the school. We've also are looking at finding somebody, we don't know who or exactly how, but somebody to help take all these compliant issues that we were out of compliance with. In fact, just take the assurance package and make sure that we are following absolutely everything the way we are supposed to, because I honestly believe we were, but apparently we were not. And so I need some help keeping this operational component in check. I have created on our staff, we have people that have taken the audit and taken the assurance package and are creating an internal calendar of events for us to be more aware. And so we now have it in hardback form, and soon it will be connected to an internet so that multiple people can be on top of this. I have also set into place, we have retained the Udall-Shumway legal firm to help us with all legal compliance issues and any other issues, the Corporation Commission, well, just anything that would come up that we don't quite understand, and that they can help us and fill gaps for us. So those are the things that we have, since this audit began to put into place at the school to correct these problems. I would like to speak a little bit about the school itself. We have been running for 25 years. We have had really some very good success out in rural Arizona. It's a small school. We have about 100 students, 60 families, and losing this charter would be devastating to our community. We have become, in the 25 years, a real little lighthouse in the desert out there. The students that leave our school and go on to high school and complete high school, I think we've had 22 years of graduates. There have been 12 valedictorians and salutatorians when they graduate from their high school. It's innumerable amount of top 10 students. So our children, although we're graduating 10 to 13 children, are rising to the top in the traditional public schools as they move on. Another plus that we have done is that homeschoolers have felt comfortable coming into the public school system because the charter is public. And so they have left the homeschooling situation and have come in. That was a big positive, and it remains so. This last year, we have become accredited with Cognia. Cognia is the largest accreditation system for education in the world, and we were able to become accredited with them. And probably the greatest plus of our school is that when our students move on and grow up and get married, if they come back to the Valley, we have now beginning to get many of their children coming back because the experiences the parents had, they want to share that with their children because it hasn't changed. The school has remained what it has always been. And so with all that, I do want to say that I am sorry. I take full responsibility because I have a great staff that is working really hard to provide an outstanding education in our community. We have very supportive families. The students really have been given a good education and they have enjoyed their time because we're one of the few alternatives out there in Safford, Arizona, or the Gila Valley, better because we have students from the entire valley coming. But this is my fault. This is 100% my mistake. And I really want to keep providing for our valley this opportunity. And I can only say sincerely that I will do everything I can to change and improve this operational expectations, recognizing it is an important component for school operations. And so I would like to end by thanking you for this opportunity to continue serving the families and students of our valley. I would appreciate the consideration of consent agreement as an additional structure with all the other things that we're doing to help us know how to stay in line and do this correctly, instead of revoking this charter, which would have devastating effects on the valley. We have made a very big impact out there. And so with that, I ask if you have any questions of me at this time, I will attempt to answer them.
Board members, do you have any questions?
Just one quick question. You're searching for someone currently to help with your assurances.
We are looking internally and externally, trying to find the person that we need to do this. I'm a big picture person, and I miss all the boxes. I do it all the time, and that's why I have Shanna, but I need another one. We need more help for this specific purpose. And so we are looking, but we have not yet found that person, but we are looking.
Board members, any questions?
I do, I have President. So just reviewing the issues, findings, it's a mess. In particularly, I'll look at a couple things. One is the fingerprint situation, fingerprint card, with the lack of response and follow-up that I've read in the documents that I have, that it had been requested and you didn't get it, and then they gave you an extension and they didn't get it, and then finally, I mean, what was that situation, and what did you do with that teacher that didn't have a valid fingerprint?
It actually, you might have been speaking, I'm sorry. It actually all kind of goes back to the same technological problem, because a lot of it was communication was being sent to Robin. Robin wasn't receiving it, or she wasn't recognizing it as something that she needed to respond to. And so then when she would finally recognize it was something to respond to, she would, then forward it to me, and then I would get it taken care of. The person wasn't they had their fingerprint clearance card. As soon as they actually had the level 1 and not the IVP, I think is what we're referring to. And I think that was my mistake. I didn't realize at the time, but as soon as we realized that, it was corrected.
No, there's two. There's
Okay.
Sherry Bills was the one.
Okay. Oh, one was, okay. So the one that I'm sorry.
And then there was the other one for the
Okay.
PE teacher.
So right as soon as we found out that there was those situations, it was taken care of right away. It just wasn't, the communication wasn't there because, like I said, it was kind of, it goes back to the same technology issue that we now have.
And for staff, it was the fingerprint card for Sherry Bills in their possession when we asked for it, and we just didn't get it.
It was outdated. It was. We didn't recognize it was outdated at that time. And as soon as we recognized that same day, we had her get on and take care of that.
Okay.
Yeah, it was, I'm sorry. It was not provided in the initial submission, which is,
And it wasn't, they didn't have a valid one at that point.
Correct.
Yeah, you get the state's money and you're to take care of our kids. And the fingerprint thing is a massively big issue. And, it is disheartening, not only, you implied that they had it, there was a communication issue, but it actually wasn't valid at the time. So, it's a big deal. And then just looking at all the issues on the admissions system and all those questions, I mean, this is like something that it's not like there's a lot of work to be done. And it is, the way that charters can manipulate enrollment and who gets in and who doesn't. And I'm not saying that's what you want to do or intended to do, but it is, it's just a bit striking to me. I mean, there's a list of 10 things on your enrollment practices that are, violation of law.
Mm-hmm.
And, is that, who's going to clean all this stuff up?
Right. And all of those errors have been fixed. And we also have already spoken with Mrs. Davis, our attorney, about reviewing all of our enrollment registration, all of that information to make sure that it is in compliance going forward. In addition to any other, we recognize that there is a problem, and I have been enlisted to help clean this up as you have used it.
Thank you.
Board President Lee, this is Board Member Wood. I have a question for you. You had said earlier that you had the technology issues, and you also said that you are looking for someone to help you internally and externally. Could you tell me what this looks like as far as structure? What are you doing to look for someone? What does that look like? And what structures or processes have you put in place to address technological issues, as well as making sure you recognize that certain emails are very important and who they're coming from? Talk to us a little bit about that. What does that look like moving forward? And what have you already done
Right.
to rectify that?
I think the biggest thing is that I am now a charter representative, so I will be receiving the communications. So I will be able to firsthand be able to go through all of that, make sure that the communication is open. We also we've looked at our staff that we currently have, and we recognized, the ones that may have additional abilities that may help us be able to do this. And so there's one employee that is she's very organized, and we have asked her to help us go through the list of assurances, and she has actually created a book and a calendar and kind of outlined all of the regulations and the things that we need to be abiding by, and scheduling certain days throughout the year that we go through to look at these and do like internal audits of the different departments that we need to be making sure that these compliances are being met.
Thank you.
Okay, just as a follow-up clarifying question, so are you looking, so you mentioned that you have an internal person that you're looking at cleaning some of this up, so are you thinking that's the route you're gonna go, is to use an internal person that you already have on staff?
I think we're still looking for an additional person because she is employed at our school already, and so we don't want to add any more, but we are using her as a temporary until we live in a rural community. Our options are minimal, so in order to find somebody, it's going to take us a little bit of time, advertising that we are looking and finding somebody that has the qualifications and just the skills needed to be able to complete this task.
Have you started advertising?
We put out an advertisement just this last week.
Okay, so why did you guys not start advertising in April when all of these items came to your attention? Like, why did you wait until December to start advertising after your first work?
That's a really good question.
Yeah.
So I actually, after we got everything into compliance, I wasn't even really aware that there was still, I knew that we were out of compliance on all these things. And so we really worked hard to get everything into compliance, but we didn't quite realize that was the underlying things that we needed to make sure that we had specific, what am I trying to say? What is the word? I'm sorry, I'm at a loss for words. Anyway, we just need to have a better system in place. And we actually have lost staff since that time. And so it's not necessarily that we haven't been fully staffed, since then. And so I think that we had staff originally that we felt we could do this, but now they have since left. And so we're just really needing to increase our staff at this point.
And what's your specific role at the school?
I am the assistant director, and so I am doing a lot of the compliance, that kind of stuff. Currently, I'm actually teaching as well, but that's, yeah, we are very short-staffed right now just because we had a teacher had to leave because of illness, and we had some COVID-related deaths with our staff. And so it is what it is, and we're doing our best, and we are committed to making this work for our staff and our students.
And what's your background then in compliance, if that's going to kind of be part of your role as making?
Right. And so I don't have a background in compliance. I think that I'm just an innately more organized person, and I'm better with technology. And I think that's why I want to find somebody, and that's why we've had this discussion of finding somebody that may have this background in compliance and having a background in education that may have more knowledge of this kind of thing.
Just I'll just make some comments. This is a tough situation for me, because typically when I've voted for a consent agreement, it's for charters to come up here who have hired the people, who've shown that they have capacity. That's what I was really hoping for today, is that you guys came and said, yep, here's our compliance person, or here's who we're, and maybe being in a rural community might be someone that you have to contract with, right? Like that they're not on site, but they perform services or whatnot for you. And being in a rural community, I don't ever want to take choice away from a community. I think even more so, it's more important in those communities that we don't do that. I'm having a really hard time going that way because you're just not up here ready for that. And unfortunately, just based on the last meeting, I'm gonna actually ask a quick clarifying question about that. So you were not on the call at the beginning. Is that accurate?
I didn't have a phone number at the beginning, but when I was called and given the phone connection, I was on in a minute after she called me, but it wouldn't go through.
Were you aware of the date of the meeting?
Yes.
And
I was on my computer looking for the link and the things at 8:30 in the morning. I was there. I couldn't find it. I don't know what happened in my computer. I couldn't tell you.
Is there a reason at 8:30 when you couldn't find it, that you didn't reach out to board staff I could just, like, if I had my school, right, coming up here for potential closure, 8:30 in the morning, and I didn't have the link or a phone number, I would have been desperately reaching out. So I guess I'm just trying to figure out why that didn't happen.
I think because I really didn't know what to do next. I don't know why, but when it's this technological stuff, it's just hard for me. It just is hard. And I didn't know. I even went to Shannon. I said, did you get the connection? And she didn't get the connection. And I go, I don't know what to do now. And I didn't know what to do next. Yes, I have thought about it. I have slept on it. I go, why didn't I go into a past email and find her and reach out myself? In that moment, I can't answer that question. I don't know why I did not, but I did not. And I am sorry for that because I had intended to be there.
I guess this is my concern, is that there just seems to be a capacity issue of fixing these, maintaining these, having a plan, making sure we're attending the proper trainings that we need to attend, things like that. So those are my comments, and obviously board members open for comments or questions.
Yeah, I just have a general comment. What worries me the most on some of these situations, again, capacity issues, and it really bothers me with the fingerprint issue. We see that come up with various schools, and I, for the life of me, can't understand why we're having issues with fingerprints. I mean, we are here, we're charged with making sure that our kids have a safe environment, and it's pretty easy to get these fingerprint cards. And so I just have a real issue when we have situations that are life safety issues, whether it be buildings or potential threats to children. And so I just have a really hard time getting past some of those issues, and just kind of wanted to go on the record saying that really bothers me, along with a lot of the other kind of, if you take, absent the fingerprint issue, if you take any one of these out of context or, isolated, yeah, you might be able to explain it away, but when you have a cumulative effect of all of them, it makes it really difficult as a board member charged with overseeing compliance, trying to keep an open mind. We'll keep an open mind. So just wanted to make that comment.
Did you remove the teacher from the classroom when you found out that they had an invalid or an expired fingerprint clearance card? Was the teacher immediately removed?
They actually said that if they weren't allowed to be in the classroom without another adult with a card,
So
and that was yes, and so we ensured that was the case. And it actually, the way it fell, I think that it was like we were like going on a break or as a long weekend, something like that. But the way it fell, it was like, I think there was like 2 days that we didn't have her actual card. And so we made sure, we told the aide in that classroom that she had to be in there at all times. And we let the teacher know that she wasn't able to be, she could instruct, but then other than that, she could not be with the students.
I just have two quick clarifying questions. Were you in the position that you're in now in November for that board meeting?
No. Well, okay, so the position, I just recently become the a representative, so I wasn't receiving the communication or anything. I'm assuming that you're wondering why I wasn't at the meeting.
Well, I'm wondering why you weren't assisting in the process, the technology process.
Right.
And that concerns me because
Yes.
if you're part of the solution and you were
And I
in
was-
place at the time of the
Right.
November board meeting, I'm not sure why it didn't go
Right.
better.
So, and this is not in any way to try to be like an excuse or anything like that. That morning, we had, well, the day before, we had a teacher that she had health issues and she wasn't able to come. And so, and then we had a death in our staff. And so it was really just an emotional day for everybody there. And so I had to step into that classroom because we had a lot of staff gone supporting our family there. And I had to take over the students. She came in asking me and I said, I didn't get anything because I didn't receive the communications at that time. And so looking back, I should have done everything I could to get back to her, but I just assumed that she had gotten on at that time. I just didn't know at that time. I just was in the classroom. I didn't follow up because I figured she had already taken care of it. That's really what it was.
That just speaks to capacity,
Right.
general capacity. And then
Well-
how many teachers do you staff?
We 5 teachers, 5 days.
So
And then we
that's the
have-
other question around the fingerprint clearance card, because that's not a lot of
No.
cards to manage, right? So that's my other question, why it's a challenge when there are probably a small number of
Right.
individuals in charge of these students' safety that you need to.
Right,
Sure.
exactly. And it really, what we have over the last 2 years, there's been significant staff change. And administrative change, I should say. We had one retire and then, when she retired, she was, there was that transition into the next person. Well, I took that person's place and because she ended up moving, it was just a lot of transition. And while I'm here to stay and to make it all better, I'm kind of taking over this jumbled mess of transitions over the past 2 years. And so I recognize that there are these things that have been missed and I know that they need to be fixed.
And you're still in the classroom now, right?
I am currently in the classroom, but actually, no, today was my last day in the classroom. Beginning in January, we do have a teacher lined up to take over the classroom, so.
Great. Yeah.
Can I, Joanna, I think in your report, you said all the compliance matters have been addressed.
Correct.
What was the date that everything was cleaned up? Do you know? I can't find it.
Okay.
in that. I'm sure it's there, but
Let me find it real quick.
Member Swanson.
Actually, I believe that it's July 16th is the date for some of the items, for some, like 2 or 3 items that were finally in compliance.
that included the enrollment process.
Right, the
Everything,
enrollment process.
everything that was identified in April.
Yes.
And Member Swanson, if you look at page 2, it does go through all of the items that were marked as non-compliance. And then it has a status, and that includes the date as to when they came into compliance on that individual item.
Let's try to dig deeper into the document.
Nope, right there.
Okay, yeah, so, just echo capacity, the operational dashboards that we've developed are important. It's not this, running a charter is not just about teaching kids, it's about maintaining systems and following rules and having order. And it's, you have to have people that are running these schools that can juggle all of those balls. I fear you don't have enough staff to do this. And I know, clearly, I believe, your heart is in this thing. And I think you've been doing an okay job academically with your kids. It's just hard for me to understand and see kind of how this thing plays out in the future. That, and I understand all the issues that we've all had with COVID and not being in the office and, you know, all those things. So it's just difficult. We really need to take some action here. You know, and
I honestly believe that with Shanna, pulling her back out of the classroom, replacing the teacher, and with me there, we have much more capacity, much more. When I was having to try and do this all by myself, it was very difficult. But Shanna does have the skills necessary. She has, and she's worked through this audit process that I've never seen anything quite the way this was. I've not seen this before. In 2011, when we were rechartered, we were actually asked to expand our charter. And so things have changed that I personally could not keep up with. But it doesn't mean that I can't do these jobs. I just don't keep up with this technology. We do have on staff a gentleman who is he's our technical guy that can help us with connectivity and things. He wasn't available that day, but he's usually there. And I do believe that we can correct this, and I do believe that we will find the right people to come in. I just am asking for the opportunity to make this happen, because we have a good teaching record. I realized right away when we started this process, I didn't have the financial background. We found a company and we've stayed with them. We've found the auditors, we've stayed with them, and we have been able to do this. I can only apologize for my shortcomings here. I honestly, and it ultimately is my fault, but as Shanna said, we've had retirements, we've had deaths, we've just had things that we could not jump through hoops fast enough, just because somebody with the skills, I can hire a person, but it takes time. It's not like you can just say, here, go do this. It takes time. And so if you'll just give us the opportunity, I am certain that we will correct these problems. I am just certain. I am certain that they will be able to be fixed. I don't have the right answer right now for you for an outside source. I was going to talk to Kim, the lawyer, about, because I don't even know what company to call to find this compliance person to help us. But we do have people at the school that have many of these skills. And like I said, we've laid out things. We've certainly have laid out things here to try and be in compliance. I just don't know that we have all the ducks yet. And we are looking and we are trying. And we've been a great little opportunity out there in Safford for a long time. It would be a shame that this wouldn't be an opportunity. I understand your concerns. I'm hearing your concerns. We are going to find the answers. We have always found the answers.
And Grace has a question.
I do. So one of the questions I do have is that in going through some of the information here, it looks like some of the items were not only identified by our charter staff, but also by the Department of Education themselves. So I understand that you're under a corrective action plan with the Department of Education, and I'm a former auditor from the Department of Education, so I'm very familiar with that process. And I was also in Flagstaff at the time and had a lot of rural communities. So I do understand some of the unique challenges that do come along with rural communities. My question there is, what level of support or contact do you have with the Department of Education to help you along with the corrective action plan? Because I do know it's not something that, oh, well, here you go, good luck with that. And I do know that there are.
Sometimes feels that way.
And there can be at times, but there's always, and I feel that I can say this from experience, that there are always plenty of people that are available. But again, it comes down to being responsible and picking up the phone when you don't know.
Oh, yeah.
And what I do know too, from again working with the Department of Ed previously, is that it may feel like a punitive process, it may feel like a punitive process here as well, but that's really not the intention. Again, because we are trying to keep children at the heart of every decision. And I am just encouraging you to not feel like an island, even though I know sometimes it feels that way, especially when you're looking at a bunch of red boxes that should be green. But I really encourage you, especially when it sounds like you're not even really sure what you need or who you need to hire to help with some of this, that there are resources with the department that you can pick up the phone and they will give you guidance on exactly what to do. But you first have to make that phone call. It's not their responsibility to call you. And I'm seeing kind of that pattern. Or it's like, well, we just didn't know, or well, and I get it. This can be an intimidating process, and sometimes you just kind of, I just don't know what to do right now. I get that. But the one thing you do have to remember to do is that before you start feeling overwhelmed and just kind of go, I just don't know, pick up the phone. And the phone should work. I mean, I can't speak to your internet, but the phone should. And so I understand your point. I do echo many of the concerns here, my fellow board members. But again, we'll see what kind of shakes out today, but please pick up the phone.
Right. And I would like to say, I have established some good relationships with people in the Department of Ed, and I've just been in contact with Johanna, and I feel like she's going to be a good resource for me as well. And yeah, I want to call her. I'm like, I just want to be on the phone. I give it 10 minutes, and if I can't figure it out on my own, I want to be on the phone with somebody trying to figure it out, because I don't like to leave things undone. And now that I've been connected with Johanna with the charter board, I feel like that will be solved as well.
And just be aware of the resources you have. Joanna's amazing, and like I said, whoever has been assigned to you with the department, that's what we're charged to do. Right. We're not charged to penalize you. Or charged to do is to make sure that you have the capacity and the resources that you need to be able to serve these kids and families, which is at the very least. Thank you.
And I may have asked this, but I don't remember the answer. What's your plan? What's like your plan to get professional development? Your current plan?
My current plan?
Yeah. Like, what do you guys have scheduled? Like, do you have anything actually scheduled versus then you might have to research things, but like, do you have a current professional development plan in place to get you caught up on your compliance?
For our compliance issues, every time I've been receiving, like, there was like a charter represented trainings or something like that, just not very long ago. I signed up for that. I attended that. Every time I get something like that, I make sure that I am attending. Of course, everything is virtual. I wish that I could do some in-person professional development. I feel like it's more helpful to me, but virtual, I really try to get all of those things. I'm trying to think of what the other thing. I mean, I registered with the what is the SSA? This coming in, is that the one that's coming in January?
Yeah, or ESSA.
Yeah. And so, just those I welcome any professional development. So if any of you guys have anything that you think that would be good for me, I am always happy to learn, because I know that I don't have all the answers. I want to learn. I want to be better.
President Lee, if I may. Shanna did attend our charter representative training, and as a new charter representative, she will be invited to our next charter representative training, where we will go over compliance issues.
Okay, board members, are there any other questions or comments? I think everybody's struggling with this because where you're at, like that's the hardest part. I mean, just in full transparency, if you're not in a rural community, to me, what's the issues at hand are unacceptable, and then to come up here and still not have somebody hire or know the route of how to hire is unacceptable, right? Like, especially because you kind of had an extra month, because you should have had all these answers in November. So to just be posting this week, like, it just goes back to capacity. And I get it. Like, I get being a teacher and also being an assistant principal and a teacher, and being a principal and a teacher, and being, right, like you do that. And but then it goes back to capacity. And I also get having an administrator leave who probably did a lot of these processes, had no systems in place written down. It's a lot of institutional knowledge. And so when that person with institutional knowledge walks away, or something happens suddenly, you go, what do we do now? And if I'm guessing that sounds like maybe that's why we're here.
And that's one of the, that's one of the things I've been really working on with all of my staff is I want you guys all to have a notebook, and I want, you know, not a notebook, but a folder with a lined out exactly what your responsibilities are, so.
And, right, and I guess for this board, for me to be consistent, that just should have happened in April or May or July, right? May or November, right? And not, it's so hard, it puts us in a terrible situation to come up here and say, I promise we are looking for someone. I promise that we're gonna start a handbook. I promise, like, it's just hard. That's really hard for me. And but it's also hard to take away choice for rural. I mean, that's where I'm at. So, but we have to vote. And the reason why we typically don't take this long with questions, but I think all of us, or I speak for myself, are really trying to get answers that we can hold on to say, yep, let's put you on a consent agreement and do that. Like, that's really why I've been asking a lot of questions too, is I want to get to that point where I feel comfortable.
Presently.
Please.
Can we talk about what the consent agreement looks like? Because that could potentially satisfy some of our concerns with respect to accountability. It's not like we're done here after this. So could staff dive into ongoing responsibilities for reporting, all of that, just a brief overview?
So the more common operational consent agreements that we've issued actually include that, in the terms include that they must meet the operational standard for 3 years. And then it includes terms that mirror the issues that have been identified. So for instance, if enrollment processes was one of the issues identified, then they are required to ensure that their enrollment processes are in alignment with statute for those next 3 years. We have had other consent agreements where we've added additional requirements where the charter holder is required to set up a particular transitional plan related to what they're going to do. And that's something that is potentially provided to board staff upfront. We've also engaged in quarterly meetings, everything where the charter holder is the one that really has to create the documentation for that. But most commonly, it's those issues, and then board staff does go out and monitor the schools in those 3 years that they are on the consent agreement, and particularly looks at those issues that are in that consent agreement.
Is it possible presently to add in a requirement that we have a quarterly follow-up from this school?
Like, question for, I don't know how modifiable the consent agreements are.
We, President Lee and Member Mason, I'm trying to think back to all of the consent agreements that we have, and truly the modifications that Joanna had mentioned are for ones that we actually did not issue or revoke under existing consent agreements with Shanto. And they had additional reporting that we've done. In the past, we have had 1 or 2 that we did originally during the first iteration of consent agreements, but we haven't modified them recently. With that being said, it is solely in board discretion what you would like to place in the consent agreement. So if you would like a quarterly update to the board staff can provide that to you. I would always hope that it's initiated by the charter to provide those updates and that we maintain compliance to those updates.
Presently, speaking for myself, I don't know that I need a quarterly update, but I think that if board staff is receiving quarterly updates on compliance with these issues, I think that would be a nice addition to make to this consent agreement, and it would give me some assurance that moving forward today, we're at least going to see the progress that's been promised. That's just a suggestion right now.
What would you want in a quarterly update, right? Because that's gonna be the next question is if I'm
Sure.
you, right? I'm saying,
So,
what
I mean, we
does
have
that
a really nice table that I'm looking at that board staff prepared on the various compliance matters that were addressed. Maybe we're going through those items, and then to your point, President Lee, we add an item or 2 related to professional development and hiring that's been mentioned that kind of has been promised, progress toward those two points, I would add all of those. And just quarterly updates until maybe the first year is completed, and then after that, as long as we're in compliance, then they've got to continue to comply with the agreement for the remaining 2 years. Something like that.
So something that I thought of, and I don't know if we can, I'd feel more comfortable if we added something, not a quarterly update, but specifically benchmark dates of this compliance person must be hired by February. And then if that's not met, they're up here, we've given you 2 months to get this person, that shows a capacity and you're in violation. Like that, maybe more benchmark dates of specific, because I think they're in compliance now. So their quarterly update would just be, we're still in compliance, but without us vetting that, you know. But I wonder if there's just like, for me, it's that, did you come here with a person that says, I can do all the things and I'm gonna do this, and here's my background, you know, here's my background that shows I can do that, I'd feel much more comfortable. So I don't know if maybe, would that be a better, or is that satisfactory, or?
President Lee. We have over 500 charter schools to manage, and I just do not want to burden staff with a process. I would stay with the intent to revoke if there were no other charter schools in the area. And I think I am, I don't know if perhaps this is really hard. Like, you know, I don't know that you've shown, I know you show the heart and you're doing some things, but there's things that just have to be done. I know you're in compliance now, but I don't know that you have it enough together to move forward. So I don't know if we do the wild thing out there, stick with the intent to revoke, and then allow them to come back in the next meeting or the meeting after that. You know, we're going to be in a process at that point. I don't know, and tell us, because, you know, I'm sitting here right now going, I don't know, I want an assurance. I don't know if my assurance is there that you're not going to be in the classroom on January or have to be, right? You've lined somebody up. That to me is like, I don't know. So it's like, I don't have the confidence, and I'm sorry. But so if we go stick with the intent to revoke, what is the process? Kind of just remind me what happens. Can somebody on staff?
Can you hear me? If we go forward with the notice of intent to revoke, I will send out a notice to the charter holder that was the board's motion and the basis for that motion. And then we will file a request for hearing with OA, which they will set within roughly 60 days. And we'll proceed through a hearing with OA, on which the end of that hearing, they will issue, the ALJ, the administrative law judge will issue a recommended decision for your consideration for a final decision. It will take at least a few months to get a date with OA, just if you're thinking about timing.
So if we move forward, and perhaps the charter holder could ask to come back in front of the board and say, we've done X, Y, and Z in this time frame, and you can take burden to come back to us and say, this is what we've done and we're ready, and make us feel more confident. President Lee, I'm ready.
Is that,
President Lee,
I should make sure that
I'd like to address that point by my member Swenson. When I first joined the board, it was about 5 years ago. I can't believe it. It's been that long. And when I joined the board, we had a rural member. And that rural member was on for about a year, and then we lost them. And this board has not replaced the rural member, and it's taken us 4 years. And I'd like us to be cognizant of the fact that this is a rural community, that we have big town administrative requirements and rules, big city administrative requirements and rules. I'm not saying they can't meet them, but I am saying that we need to really consider what we're doing to our rural schools. This is not the first time we've run into a real problem with a rural school on this board, and it won't be the last. And I do get a little bit frustrated with all of the compliance matters, and we're saying, go hire, 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 and I'm sorry, what's the size of Stafford? Does anybody know?
It's about 30,000 people in the whole valley.
For the whole valley. So I don't know that it's reasonable to be imposing these types of standards. I do think that the health, safety, welfare stuff, as Member Stratton said, that is priority top #1. They cannot violate that stuff. But when we're getting on them about not hiring someone over 3 months, and we haven't had a rural board member in 4 years, that's a real issue to me. And that's why I'm suggesting this hybrid alternative. It's still, in my view, almost, I mean, it's tough. It's not like they're gonna, if they don't do it, they're out of compliance with the agreement, we immediately terminate, we revoke.
Right.
So it's not like we're giving them a lot of latitude here to screw up. But that's just my position. I understand, Member Swanson, I think you make a good argument. You can't have different standards for different schools. But I will say this, there's a reason why the legislature wanted a rural member on this board. And there's a reason why a rural member is not on this board. So, and I'll just leave it at that.
President,
Please.
I just have a few comments. I agree with Member Mason as much as, the reality of life and the situations, demographics in rural Arizona is different than it is here in the Valley. I also agree that there are certain minimum thresholds that every school should be able to meet irrespective of that. That's part of the privilege of being granted a charter. I'm open to some sort of an agreement where we add some additional considerations, requirements. What I would like to personally see is a commitment to developing a plan, which should have been brought before this board today, frankly, that addresses some of these needs. And I'm not necessarily saying that we put a trigger on when someone is hired at this point. Let's take baby steps first. In my opinion, I think first and foremost, we have to have some kind of a plan. In order to vote to move forward to not revoke a charter, I have to have some assurance that these things are going to be met. And so in my mind, that starts with assembling a team to help you folks. I mean, we have a great state association that has resources that can point you in the right direction. The state board can point you in the right direction. We have staff that can point you in the right direction. So we need to have some sort of a consultant at least retained. You can hire a consultant and you don't have to get them from Stafford, right? I mean, and so I want to see some type of a plan in order for me to vote yes to move forward with not revoking the charter. I want to see some sort of a plan where we've addressed these issues with a concrete step that you will have a consultant retained by X date. I think, employees in the classroom, employees out there, that's one thing. There are certain things that can be done now to make this a priority, to move folks forward so everybody's successful.
Yeah, I just think if we're gonna add things into the consent agreement, that there need to be very specific and have benchmark dates. That's where I push back on a quarterly update because that means a lot of things to a lot of different people and then it's met. So we want to submit benchmark dates of a compliance consultant needs to be hired by such and such. And then, she's not allowed to be in the classroom ever again. I mean, I don't know which is not realistic, but.
Just one more thing to add, it is encouraging that you've brought on a legal team, it sounds like, with Udall Shumway, I think you said. And I would like to hear from.
I was gonna ask, I didn't want to interrupt you.
Sure, no, please.
Yeah, and I just think we'll absolutely hear from you, but then I think we need to just, if we're gonna do that, we need to decide what the 1 or 2 or 3 extra things are here pretty quickly and then get a motion. Okay.
Hi, so my name is Kim Davis and I'm representing the school through Udall Shumway. And I just wanted to first say thank you for your comments. Mr. Swanson, you had said, if give them the intent to revoke, maybe have them come back. My concern with that is I believe there are requirements that they would have to notify their students that they have received that notice. And my fear is then they would lose all their students and then there wouldn't be anything to continue. So if we have a consent agreement, I already have a lead for them on a consultant. We just need that time now to do that. It will be rather quick, but it wasn't able to be done by today. But I am working with them on their enrollment practices. I am working with them. We will be taking over Corporation Commission reporting to help them with that. So I think they have been trying very hardly and honestly to put the steps in place, but they are rural and it is more difficult, and they have been largely impacted by COVID, which has also sort of, really impacted their ability. So I know that they truly have taken responsibility for it. And I am here to support them as well as moving forward. We will be working together to do that.
So okay, so here's my suggestion, because I hear that you guys are rural. That's why we're doing this. But you also can have systems in place, whether you're rural or really large. And so what would make me feel comfortable, I think, going in that direction is we put a date on a compliance person. I think end of February is not unreasonable. It gives them 2 months. It's holiday season, so I feel like, the next 2 weeks are a bit of a wash. So 2 months to find a compliance person. So by February 28th, I don't know if it's leap year. Yeah, okay, yeah. March 1st, that's better. Yeah, March 1st, their compliance person is hired. And then we have another benchmark of some sort of compliance manual that would address some sort of systems manual that is their school systems manual for when you guys have turnover. Because that really, to me, is the crux of the issue, is that you had somebody who was doing all of these things, that person left, and then nothing was written down. All the institutional knowledge walked off with them. Not all, but some of it, right? The pieces that are before us today.
Yes.
So those are the 2 specific things I could think of that would give me some assurances that they had a manual, they had the compliance person. Because beyond that, I don't know what other updates, and they're in compliance. So would that be reasonable? Is that a reasonable? I guess we could put whatever we want in the consent agreement, but does that sound reasonable to put into a consent agreement as far as?
Yes.
Okay. So
President Lee, may I make one more comment?
please.
And I'm sorry. So I'm going through what you call it, the call notes that on page 55 of the packet. The last entry is about Ms. Dutt in a discussion with staff, talked about perhaps transitioning the charter in the near future. As the charter holder, much is required of you and expected of you. I'm afraid, again, I'm just, afraid that the process or the challenges or the things required move beyond your ability to do this. And that is my concern. And so, I don't question your heart, and I understand the rural community things. I care about our kids in rural communities, and I fight for them. I want to get resources to them. I want to fix everything that's related to. But we have to have people that can run schools. And so it's just in the notes. So could you comment on what that conversation was? Is there anything to that?
Well, at 65 years old and running the school for 25 years.
And thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. It just is time for a transition, but we can't transition in the middle of this. This has to be solved. This has to be set in place for me to step away, because I am the charter representative. I was everything to this school. But I recognize that it is just time to move to the next generation. And I have my person here. There's at least one more person that we have to find, and we have been looking for over a year to find. We're looking for the right person to fill this space, because once we find that person, then I would be able to step down from as charter representative, and I can have Shanna, the next generation, move up and in, and she will have a team behind her, more of a team than I have had up until just recently. And so I believe that this is all possible, but we just have to find this one person. We will. I believe it will happen. I just don't know. I don't have that person right now today. And we have a lead there. I didn't know we had a lead, but there we go. And so these things, charters don't just collapse because the originator goes away. I mean, the whole purpose here was to keep this school into perpetuity out into our rural area, because it does provide, it provides a huge service out there. It just does. I am not here to brag about myself, but my staff and the kids that go through it have been successful, and it provides the public school system. They are delighted when our kids come up to high school. They are very happy to see what type of kid is coming. So yes, this compliance issue is I failed. But on all the other parts, we are pretty much rock stars. We are doing a really good job. And I don't believe that this is insurmountable. I believe probably what I know, but I believe that I wasn't, not that I'm not aware, but I wasn't focused on these things. I was far more focused on these others. And because of that, and my lack of focus, I have caused this problem. But I have, we are moving in the right direction. It's not, you're right. I don't even think that I understood in this audit process. I mean, I've been audited by lots of different people, but usually the audits help us to become better and more compliant. This process that we went through was very difficult because it seemed adversarial. It was like we were being put under a microscope to find non-compliance. And I appreciate that when I realized we were out as quickly as we could. I mean, you're saying, well, you guys didn't do it, but as fast as we honestly knew, we moved and fixed these things. And we are fully in compliance right now, today. We have a legal team that is going to help us understand this. I'm just, really, truly, I've got a doctorate in education. I can teach your kid to read. You have a reading problem, you send your child to me, they will read. I wasn't born with all of these skills in place, yet for 25 years, I've held it together. And only now, I have never had an audit from your board like this, never. I have never seen this before. And so it was new to me. I have not experienced this kind of, and I actually appreciated it. I wanted to know where we weren't right, but I didn't realize we were going to be held and it was going to be, held against us like this.
Well,
I thought fixing it
I just want
was.
to clarify that the process that we have for auditing or for compliance checks is definitely not a gotcha moment. And I think that it's absolutely a moment to be able to go and say, hey, you're in compliance, you're doing well, this is great. And I've experienced that process personally as a teacher and as an administrator. And I'll just speak for myself that it's an extremely, it's a process with lots of communications and lots of, hey, you now have 4 hours to produce 5 teacher resumes. So if I was you, I would have typed up 5 teacher resumes because it doesn't take 4 hours to do that and been in compliance and not been up here for that measure. I mean, there's things that you can do, right? I mean, I don't do that for my school. It's just to be really clear, but I'm just saying, like there's ways to be up here, and I have a hard time saying that hearing that it's an adversarial process. But okay, Ashley or Joanna, can you just confirm that at this charter, I want to confirm that they are one of the only choices in Safford before we just are assuming that notion. Did you have that information by chance?
We do have that. There are several other schools around, except they aren't fully kindergarten through 8th grade. So there are districts around in Safford, Arizona. However, they do break themselves up into like primary grade levels, middle school levels, or middle school and high school together.
What about charter options? Do we know?
I don't believe there are any other.
There's no other charter options.
We,
Okay.
on page 4, we do show a 2-mile and a 5-mile radius, and there are no charter schools.
Okay. I think we've talked all we're going to talk. So is there, I don't know that we have consensus, but we need to have a motion so we can make a motion. I believe, Ashley, correct me if I'm wrong, in this motion, if we wanted to add extra items, we don't need to make that as part of the motion, right?
It would be best if you did make it part of your motion.
Okay, so if that's the motion, I know some members are wanting that to be the motion, so what are the items that you're wanting considered if that's in the motion? I'm assuming a March 1st deadline for a compliance officer or compliance person. Anybody that does compliance in the background and compliance. I believe some sort of a manual for that addresses your processes for at least specifically in this manual, the items that are addressed on here. So what is this is how we handle fingerprint clearance cards. This is what we do for students with disabilities. This is what we do with teacher resumes, open meeting law. At least those items would have to be included to be considered administratively complete would be my. Those are only two things I can think of that are very specific. So, maybe that would need to be done by end of July or like first dates, August 1st. When's your first day of school?
It would be that first week of August.
So by August 1st, they have to have something before students are coming back into the classroom that gives you this, or June 1st?
Because you want staff to wear and train on it where you've got students in the building.
Right, they're just also, they have a staff of, how many is your staff?
Around
2.
20.
Oh,
With our teachers and everything.
Teachers and everybody.
Yeah. I just,
Presently, I'm not sure that I would support this motion, but
Sure.
if you have one.
Sure.
I would ask that there's a written transition plan where the school's going and how it's going to be led in the future. On the charter holder.
oh, for charter holder transition
Yes.
plan, a written charter holder
Yes,
transition.
if there is one, maybe there isn't, but I think that would be helpful.
Okay, by what date?
Whatever date you guys are saying.
Okay, by, it sounds like, okay, so just
Well,
as
can I
someone that's in the classroom and knowing to get all these, but you're gonna be out of the classroom. Yes. Problem solved. Okay, so by June 1st, and I feel comfortable with that.
I was just gonna ask a question.
Please.
I mean, I'm all about transition plans for changing charter holders over, that makes sense, but I don't also want it to be like a forced retirement of somebody, so is
No.
there some way
It's
to?
your charter.
Sure, no, I understand, so I was just gonna say, if we do that, I mean, to put a date on it, are you just asking for what we would do?
What
when
happens
we
in the
come
event
to
that
a
the charter holder
transition?
I would not be, no, I'm not asking for a transition date, I'm asking for a plan.
Just wanted to clarify.
Yeah.
It could be 2062, right?
Great question.
I just wanted to clarify that, thank you.
Okay, so those would be the 3 items, 2, the June 1st date, and then 1, the March 1st date. I think that's the motion that's gonna be made. But I'm not making it. Go for it. 3, yeah, 2 were due June 1st and 1 was due March 1st.
Well, can I just make a couple of comments real quickly? You were chartered originally in 96, is that right?
Yes.
So you were chartered pretty early. And I just want to say that I have worked on occasion with some rural charters from 1998 to 2015. And I can just state that I'm sure that you had a variety of experiences and environments that you worked with over that course of time. That's not to excuse you, because we do have a certain level of expectation. I like to think that it's the highest level of expectation right now, and you need to respond to that. My personal problem today was just getting a level of confidence in your ability to move forward. Having said all that, I will make a motion to reconsider and to offer you a consent agreement, given the additional items in there. I'm going to make this motion. I move to find that Triumph Learning Center, Inc., here and after referred to in this motion as a charter holder, has failed to meet the operational performance expectations set forth in the board's operational performance framework and has violated its charter contract and state and federal law. These failures and violations provide a sufficient basis to issue a notice of intent to revoke the charter holder's contract. However, the board is authorized to exercise its legal discretion with regard to actions taken against a charter holder that is not in compliance with this charter, other obligations to the board, and state and federal law. Based on the information provided to the board on November 22nd, 2021, and today, and discussion with representatives of the charter holder, I move to amend the motion approved by the board at its November 22nd, 2021 regular board meeting and direct board staff to work with legal counsel and to develop a consent agreement that addresses the charter holder's non-compliance with the board's operational performance expectations its charter and state and federal law. The board further directs staff to bring the consent agreement back to the board for consideration at a subsequent board meeting. Added in those provisions regarding the if the charter holder chooses not to accept the terms of the consent agreement developed by board staff, then it is the board's decision that the charter holder be placed on a future agenda for a motion to issue a notice of intent to revoke the charter holder's charter contract for the reasons already specified. And as far as the additional provisions, I'd like to state for the record that there's an expectation to have a compliance individual in employment by March 1st and an operational manual in place by June 1st, 2022. And to have a transition plan for the charter holder in place by June 1st, 2022.
Is there a second? Aaron, roll call, please.
Vice President Close,
Aye.
Superintendent Designee Wright,
Aye.
Dr. Crockett,
Aye.
Mr. Mason. Aye. Ms. Rice,
Aye.
Mr. Stratton,
Aye. Aye.
Mr. Swanson,
No.
Ms. Wood,
Aye.
Ms. Yanoff, President Ling,
Aye.
motion passes through majority.
All right, thank you for being here. Thank you. Next item on the agenda. Joanna still with accelerated elementary and secondary.
We're going to have a third member.
Oh, sorry, Joanna's gonna give, you can stay standing right there. Yep, you look great. Stay right there. Yep. But Joanna's gonna give us a brief introduction and then you guys will be able to speak.
The charter holder operates one school, Accelerated Learning Laboratory, serving grades K through 12 in Tucson. Board staff conducted a virtual site visit on October 28, 2021, as a component of the interval review process. At the time of the virtual meeting, although the charter was given an extension, board staff had not received compliance documentation to review or academic information for review prior to the virtual meeting. Board staff had informed the charter holder of the upcoming virtual site visit multiple times. After the virtual meeting, the charter holder submitted compliance documentation for board staff review, but no documents for the academic systems review were received. Upon review of the compliance documentation submitted by the charter holder, board staff identified multiple compliance issues leading to marking the charter holder's operational dashboard and requiring submissions to bring the charter holder to compliance. The issues identified deficiencies with the following: maintaining the mission statement in alignment with the charter contract, providing the required minutes for reading and recess per state statutes, maintaining policies and processes related to enrollment and attendance, maintaining current facility documentation, maintaining appropriate fingerprinting documentation for instructional staff, maintaining the teaching background and experience information for instructional staff, complying with open meeting law, failing to submit the annual education service provider declaration form, submitting required documentation to the board timely, and complying with the signed member campus agreement. On November 9th, 1021, board staff notified the charter holder of the outstanding compliance issues through the 10-year interval review compliance report, which included required submissions to come back into compliance by the due date of December 9th, 1021. There are some issues that remain outstanding, and the charter holder had requested and did receive an extension until January 3rd, 1021. The charter holder is still out of compliance in submitting their academic systems review documentation. As I mentioned, they did request an extension and were granted that extension until January 3rd of 1021. Outside of the issues identified during the interval review, the charter holder was also out of compliance with move on when reading requirements for failure to submit student achievement data by the specified due date. As my report indicates, that data for this year was submitted by November 30th of 10/20. And Mr. Jones is a charter representative, and Ms. Kay is also here from the school. So if you do have any questions for me, then I'm happy to answer them.
Are there any questions for Joanna? Okay, then if not, if you guys will state your name for the record and any statement you'd like to make.
I'm David Jones. And I think Cerise is going to start this out, but I wanted to let you know that Ray is here. He's, I think he's virtually, I guess, up there, which I can't really tell.
Ray, is that what you said the name? Yes, okay, I see him. Perfect.
All right, well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the board. I want to thank you for all you do to help the charter keep moving forward and being able to provide quality education to all students. My name is Suri. I've been with the school for a number of years now. And as you all know, small schools require staff to take on a lot of responsibilities. But I want to start out with Purdue, Penn State, USC, St. Mary's, UCLA, Georgia Tech, UMass Amherst, Georgetown, UC Berkeley, UVA, ASU, Dartmouth, Syracuse, Northwestern, UNC Chapel Hill, Northeastern, UC Davis, UC San Diego, Duke, Boston College, Case Western, Bard, NYU, Cornell, Rochester Institute of Technology, Seattle University, Brown, NAU, Ohio University, Colgate, Clark, Carnegie Mellon, Tulane, Cambridge, U of A Eller Business School, Notre Dame, U of A Honors College, Princeton, Stanford, Columbia, Johns Hopkins, Harvard, MIT.
These are just a sample of the universities to which our graduates have earned admission. I don't know if there's another school in the state of Arizona that comes close to these results per capita. Making these results even more impressive is the fact that our free and reduced lunch ranges between 40 and 61%. Now, I know on documentation that you have, it says 25%, and I'm not quite sure why that's the case, but mathematically it's not possible. Maybe it could be for a dozen reasons. But we just shortly after this 25%, was taken, we received E-rate. They put us at 61% free and reduced lunch. We tried to run it down to see where the disagreement was, but we weren't able to find it. Although every child in every school in Arizona deserves the best education available in the world today, many of our students who are now attending some of the most prestigious universities in the world would likely not have graduated from high school without AESS. Our cognitive science-based curriculum and teaching methodology is the first engineered system that I know of. With the oversight and involvement of Dr. Amy Boza from ADA's Moving On When Reading, Dr. Stephen Ross, and Dr. Alan Reed from the Johns Hopkins University, we have recently completed, with a very favorable outcome, the first phase of our ELA curriculum research project. Now, I'd like to thank Joanna and Ashley for attending most of those meetings. We meet with them, with Amy and other people once every month. And we have been doing that for a while. The approach that we're taking is the first of its kind for schools who have curriculum that is developed. shows a model for a way we can do it. Now, I do have to say that we're in competition with the billion-dollar textbook industry. And the evaluation by some of the most recognized people in the cognitive sciences was very favorable. Took a while for them to figure out that we were not a big publishing house. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to make a difference in the lives of a few hundred students in our small school, and possibly to make a positive difference in the lives of a few 100,000 students in the larger educational community. What we do here today may determine the fate of 20 years of development that may reach fruition and benefit many, or be blown into oblivion like dust scattered in the wind.
So I know you guys have a big agenda and a lot of things to go through. So in the interest of time, I'd like to briefly review a few background tidbits leading to AES's failure to meet operational requirements and remedies to ensure that such failures do not reoccur. Background.
Let me just say just a little bit. The gravity of what we're doing is substantial. I think everybody involved in education, this board, this staff, I think we're all after the same thing. I don't want to be an instrument of destruction, but I'd rather build and hope, and that's and help. And that's in the spirit that we actually go through this background in these remedies. Go ahead.
So background. I have acted as AES's primary contact with board staff for over 5 years. Over this time, I have developed warm feelings for many of the board staff's wonderful, or the board's wonderful staff, including Jessie, Rebecca, Rachel, Joanna, Sandy, and Ashley. Their generous help and professionalism got me through the hard times. However, my difficulty with timely notices and untimely submissions is not among my strong points. The remedy: I shall relinquish my primary contact duties in that I may concentrate on my other responsibilities, such as working with students in through competitions. Our NHD team went to, we started 3 years ago. The first year, they went nationals and got second place at nationals. Second year they got first place at nationals. So it's quite a feat for a tiny school in a kind of rural area of Tucson.
And they were actually going to do research in Europe before
COVID. Yeah, so they earned their trip to travel through Germany and do historical things with World War II and such. Our Science Olympiad team has never taken anything less than top 5 from state. And our APs, SATs, and ACT study sessions always yielded 4 or 5. So that's where I want to concentrate, and that's the fun side for me. Background. In the last year and a half, I provided board staff with a minimum of 13 copies of the Greenfield C of O, the most recent being on or about November 14, 2021. And I also educated board staff on the details of Pima County zoning practices. Although zoning staff has been understanding and very helpful, they have requested that we not ask them to speak with charter board staff about this matter again. So the remedy for that, Bray will write a detailed explanation of Pima County policies and procedures as related to the Greenfields member campus, the C of O, and retain electronic and hard copies for board staff use in future requests. A background. During the 2020 academic year, board staff received a telephonic complaint concerning AES's use of the name Greenfield School. Board staff told me everything was ready to go, but they received a phone call of complaint that halted the whole process and required them to do further digging. After the phone call, board staff did A pop-in visit at
This application, I believe.
was for a new school.
No, I think this one was for membership school. Maybe I'm wrong.
Okay, so after the phone call, board staff did a pop-in visit at the accelerated campus and requested to see the Greenfield site. At the Greenfield site, staff chastised AESS for using the terminology Greenfield School pending board approval, wording other board staff had recommended, and banned us from using school associated with Greenfields. In addition, visiting staff collected brochures along with other documents and insisted on the removal of decades-old signage. We tried to explain that ESS had purchased the Greenfield School entity along with its intellectual property, trademarks, and school name for approximately $1 million. At that time, when combined with AES's foreign contacts and resources, the Greenfield School entity was a valuable commodity. We tried to explain too that Greenfield School Historical Society and Alumni Association did not own the Greenfield School name and was using it without permission. Litigation attorney DR, a Greenfields alumnus, wrote, "I don't want to see us put in time and work getting a foundation going just to receive a cease and desist letter from a charter school telling us we can't use the Greenfields name or put a griffin on our logo." On or about 11/30/2021, staff said, "It may be better for everyone if you, AESS, don't refer to a Greenfields member campus as Greenfields. If you refer to it as Accelerated, your other campus, that way you could satisfy the board."
Sorry, can I just ask a quick question? I don't believe any of your issues for compliance are up here due to your member school. Is that accurate?
No, I think there is a move to pool the member school status or have us move student. I may not be understanding.
No, so that's not actually why we're here today. So I just wanted to, so you're saying a lot of things that I think just need a whole lot of background and actually don't apply to why we're here.
Actually,
So I'd like to just get us more focused on what the issues are that you're here for, which are the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 items that you're not in compliance for, and some are still, my understanding, not in compliance for.
Yeah.
So if we could focus just on that piece, the member school, I think is a totally different issue and not why you're here. We're not making any determination.
I think the member school is on here, and there's also a website.
Let's just get we'll just get clarification on that.
Yeah, I'll absolutely try to provide some clarification. So yes, a few years ago, board staff did go out to the charter and it was evident that they were operating in 2 separate locations. That is a violation of the contract. You cannot operate 2 separate sites. At that time, we then worked with them to get a member campus approved. A member campus is a separate site under an existing school. So they did not come in front of the board for a new school amendment request at that time. We did put together an agreement with them indicating that you cannot market that school separately or that site separately, that it needs to be one and of the same. It is one school with 2 separate sites. And based on our review, during the interval review, it did indicate that it appeared that they were mentioning that school as Greenfield and separate from the other campus. That is, there's no indication that that site is going to be pulled away. What we are here today to discuss is overall the charter's operational expectations that were not met.
And I'm gonna correct myself because I think, so what you're referring to is the last one where there was an item that you earmarked for, but it's my understanding that the member school issue is now in compliance, right?
We are working with the charter to get that into compliance. There, as you can see, there are many outstanding issues and other issues I think go beyond this. Right. So we did give them additional time to provide indication as to where these students are located. Trying to make this really simple and a really complex situation. They do have until January 3rd to provide us additional information, but that issue of non-compliance will not go away.
So that the membership school goes only, am I reading this right? It's only brought up as far as the overall compliance issues under other obligations. That's the only time that's referenced to the member school.
Correct.
Okay, so you have until January to deal with that piece. So, so did you just want to address some of the other things that are not currently in compliance?
Can I read the response to this? Because I think it may, if I understand this correct, it may satisfy it.
Go for it.
satisfy the questions. Now, I do want to reserve the right to ask a couple of questions. I'm sure I'm the one that doesn't understand. But go ahead and read it through.
So the remedy to that would be, if directed by the board, AESS will relinquish the Greenfields name, will cease to use the Greenfields name, and refrain from seeking a cease and desist order against Greenfields School Historical Society and Alumni Association. In addition, AESS will not use the term Greenfield School for the charter school without prior consent of board staff. So going on to the other issues. Background, I submitted at least 23 requests over 8 months. I was asking board staff to fix their failing portal to send us critical notifications. One of the more recent failures appears to have occurred around October 28th. I am very appreciative of staff's recent acknowledgement that they have found the problem and fixed it. The remedy, it is not the board's responsibility to verify or ensure that AESS receives any notifications, formal or otherwise. Bray Bashir will develop a rapport with board staff and devise daily checking procedures to ensure that future notification failures do not occur. Additionally, it is not within Bray's personality profile to complain or annoy. A background. Beginning October 29, 2021, neither of our 2 emergency hire teachers without completed fingerprint checks, was in a classroom without a supervisor who held a valid IVP fingerprint clearance cards as provided by statute.
Now, as far as the statute is concerned, that puts us in compliance. And I think misunderstanding on this was an innocent one. And we'll read you, there's some material that we received from board staff that makes it very clear how easily this can be confused. But we were told, we dealt with this a little bit before, and we had advice to actually put somebody in with an IDP card, but we were told that they said teachers couldn't even be on campus, but go ahead. Now, I think the resolution to this solves the problem. It puts the burden onto the school, not onto anyone else. And there are a few things I want to say in the effort to help, not to criticize, that has to do with fingerprint clearance. You brought up a lot of questions. Some of those, it took us a long time, a lot of effort to answer some of the questions you're having. Go ahead.
So Thursday, October 28, we received an email that included the following 2 statements. If evidence of valid fingerprint clearance cards for applicable staff is not submitted, applicable staff may not have contact with students. If evidence of valid IVP fingerprint clearance card for instructional staff is not submitted, applicable staff must be accompanied by a staff member with a current and valid IVP fingerprint clearance card.
Now, some of that's been redacted just so it compare those 2. One's talking about applicable staff. The other is talking about teachers. One says if you don't have, that teacher doesn't have, you can put somebody in the classroom. Now, I want to be clear, the board staff was correct. We were not doing the emergency hires the correct way. We thought we were, and all through this process, we did several background checks by DPS, but they didn't go through the system that is prescribed by law. So we thought we were doing the right thing, but we weren't. We asked other people who can directly run those and not through the DPS system. We also looked at a vendor to do that. We called 5 other charter schools. One of them in hindsight, was doing it the correct way by not hiring anybody unless they had a card. The others were doing it essentially the same way that we were. And that is that they were keeping the yellow copy of the fingerprint application for the IDP card. Now that's clearly, if you look at the statute, that's not clearly, but it should be. Some of the breakdown is on the DPS sites. They use the same vocabulary to mean different things. We have a contractor who comes in and does the fingerprints. And we alerted him to this. He went in and tried to make some sense of it. He didn't, but we finally got in contact with the organization, the part of DPS that does the fingerprints. Now, what they told me is, and there's two different ones. The ones who do the IVP, that's a federal, I don't mean to be, I don't say I'm an expert on this, but I think it would make sense to kind of update things. Now, there's some wonderful materials on the charter board site, but they're incomplete. The one telling thing that we discovered, and it started to make sense, is you need to have 2 sets of fingerprints, not one. You have to have one for the emergency and one for the IVP. The emergency is supposed to take just, 4 to 6 days. However, we got the IVP back and we still don't have the emergency. And I guess there was some legislation passed a little while ago in that everybody needed to be fingerprinted. That's a good thing, but it overwhelmed this office because this is the office that is doing, and I think there are 2 people in it. The office that is doing the volunteers and this is just a local check, I think just Arizona. And they're doing the custodians and everybody else that this law relates to, and the emergency hires. So they were very helpful when we could get through. However, small office, they're not answering their phone all the time. What we intend to do is flow chart this. Now, we'll be happy to share it with you because it would have been a lot easier. Now, we called DPS, we called a lot of people there, and they didn't even know what was going on. But this one office that we had, we finally were able to get through to it, and now we know how to run it. But board is absolutely correct. Well, we were not doing this the correct way, even though we had our intentions were doing. Other people, these other charters, 2 of them or 3 of the 5.
2 of them were using outside vendors, like I think Intel.
Well, 2 of them were also doing it the way we were doing it, right? Okay, and that is they kept the yellow copy. And we've been doing this for years.
Sorry, can I just clarify my question? So are you trying to say that for your fingerprinting issue that you had 2 instructional staff members that didn't have valid IVP cards, but you were under the impression that that was okay because there was a different.
Because we had a full, we had them fingerprinted, sent that off and kept the copy to prove that they'd been fingerprinted. Now, what we should have done is we should have done the temporary, sent that off and not had them in the classroom until we got the local done. That's what we should have done.
So were they in the classroom then without a valid IVP card?
They were in the classroom without a valid IVP card, but the law provides, see, this is confusing, that if a teacher without a valid IVP card is in the classroom, they must be accompanied by some staff that has an IVP card. And so that's exactly what we did. Now, I talked with board staff, and I said, this is what we're going to do. And at that time, I mean, everybody has a learning curve. This is inherently simple, but to digest the information was difficult for even us because you're getting different information from different people. So I'm not pointing fault here at all. I don't want you to get that idea. But at that time, we were told they couldn't be in. So what we went out, found some vendors and other people, and we ran 3 total of 6 fingerprint cards. Now, the truth of the matter, or fingerprint checks, the truth of the matter is that was not actually allowable by law, but we still had it covered in hindsight by having them with other teachers. Now, when we were told that we couldn't have them in, we asked them to stay home. We hired substitutes with fingerprint clearance cards to bring them in, so that we were doing our best to satisfy the requirements.
So we did have substitutes in place until I checked on DPS's website and their status said valid. So then I printed that out, sent it to Rebecca, and she said they were okay to return.
So the fact that they were in there and the fact that we didn't know what we were doing, that falls on us. So this one is, I think, is a valid reflection of us being out of compliance. I'm not trying to say that.
I would ask the board though, or board staff, if there was a training, because it is 2 different processes. One, you utilize like an inventory sheet where you just put their name, their birth date, and a set of prints, mail it off. One sheet can have like up to 20, I believe. And then
the website's pretty clear on that.
And then the IVP portion is individual application with a set of prints that's mailed off by whomever is doing the prints itself.
I think you'll find if you start looking.
Right, are you asking that the board does a training on fingerprint clearance cards?
No. If you guys can.
No, we'll flow chart it. We'll send it to you, let you check it, and then maybe you can change it and put it on your website, just because it's the minute we figured out we needed 2 sets of fingerprints, then it started to make some sense. So a lot of what we talked about, I'm sorry, I didn't really know what I was talking about. I'm clear on it now.
Yeah.
So.
Best practice probably would be though to have teachers have valid IVP cards though, right, before entering the classroom.
No, that's.
Yes,
right?
that would be ideal.
Okay.
But I have spent thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars that I've never spent in the past trying to recruit.
Sure.
We're recruiting on ZipRecruiter, Better Teams, even like things that we've never ever heard of. And there's no one.
This is the worst year that we've ever gone through. And I have a major research project going on. I need to be able to train teachers, but it's difficult, 1, to get qualified teachers, and 2, is to get appropriate teachers in the classroom. They're not always the same.
Okay, so just really fast, can board staff comment, particularly if you have any comments on the fingerprint, but I know also that was mentioned was the faulty portal. This is the first time I've heard that verbiage. So if you could just give a comment to that as well.
Absolutely. So if you look back into the charter's performance in 2020, there were issues under the operational performance framework. I got into contact with the charter because at some point in 2020, they did not meet the board's operational expectations. In communication with the charter, they had indicated that they were not in fact receiving communication from our board, and it had been a lengthy amount of time. I can't remember exactly, but I want to say it was like 6 months to a year that they were not receiving communication from the board via our portal. So we did look into the issue, And if they were correct, that Synapse, our online system, had some rule in there for some reason that they were like on a list that communication was not going forward. So knowing that they were not getting our communications, we worked with them and we cleaned up their dashboard consistent with that issue. But that issue was addressed in 2020.
Now, why it's in there is we had I guess we had a meeting with you and and there were supposed to be some things that were prepared for that meeting, and you notified us, except we didn't get those notifications. Now, I think they may have gone to junk, because that's when we went back, we found them.
Okay, so it was working at that time from our end.
I think so.
Yeah, it just was not, okay. I just have a question about the 2020. Why were they not brought before us in 2020?
Because there were issues that were identified because of that lack of communication portal issue. So they did not have 6 measures that were out of compliance because of that communication. They only had 5 measures that were marked.
So just speaking without getting into the weeds, just from when I'm looking at your guys' portfolio, there's been consistent years of non-compliance. So can we maybe just address, like, what is your plan moving forward to no longer have so instead of, going line item by line item, because I think, at least for me, when I look at the broader picture, right, it's not just 1 year, it's not just the faulty communication, or it's not just those types of things, because arguably you could have been here in 2020. Now you're here in 2021 and you're set up to be here in 2022 based on the current dashboard.
Right.
So I'm more concerned about what is the plan. I think you guys mentioned the transition of leadership. So I guess if you could talk about the overall plan, what's the transition of leadership? Who is the leadership? What's their background, and how are you not going to be here again? So could you kind of just maybe focus on those questions?
Let me do an overall view of this. What we've done is we changed the character from depending on the board to do certain things and alerts the staff so that they are proactive. So that the staff is responsible for following the email trail, a lot of the website or the material that the board puts up is very, very helpful. What I'm asking Bray to do, he graduated from Eller Business College at U of A. He's doing our books, but he's got things so tight now that we're a small organization, about 90% of his time is doing this, saying, oh, can I put up a door, or can I just, but he's very organized. He is. He's on.
Are you saying Bray's your new compliance person? Is that what you're trying to communicate?
Yes.
So, Bray, could you go ahead and unmute yourself, because maybe we have some questions for you. Can you tell me your compliance background specifically as it relates to Arizona State Charter Schools?
Okay, so I don't have much, but I did graduate back in May from Eller with a degree in accounting, and there are a lot of policies and procedures in accounting, and I found, like, I've been working on this for the past couple of weeks with David and Sari, and some of the skills that I have translate pretty well to this. I think we'll be able to handle it better moving forward.
Okay, thank you. So what is your plan for Bray then to get
some training? Somebody brought up some training today.
But maybe prior to this meeting, did you have any?
So he did. He went through the NCJA fingerprint through Department of Public Safety.
Okay.
So
what about like general charter school compliance?
General, he's been on with ADEs, various trainings with ADE, grants, the monitoring. He just went through and the grants audit with them.
And schoolmaster, but is the
Student information.
But what about
Can't.
compliance? I've heard grants management, I've heard your SIS. What about compliance? Because that's what we're here for.
He's worked
So I
all
think-
year with you. with
Yeah.
Grants management.
Well, he hasn't, like, he signed up for a few different trainings. But I don't, off the top of my head, I don't know.
Okay, so is he getting training in Mauer? Because it's my understanding you guys are not compliant with Mauer still, is that correct? Move on with reading, sorry.
Okay, let me try this again. We've been meeting with Amy once every month. We're on a very different track. If you look at the bottom of where it talks about move on when reading, it says that we're expected to come into compliance by X date. Now, I'll be very candid because I think that's appropriate. Not anybody's fault, but we're here right now. And usually with our graduating students, we're helping them apply to the schools. COVID has been a real issue and still remains to be an issue. Where those kids could have gone to school isn't where they would go if we were able to get them some help. It's just, it's unfair to them. They don't have equal opportunity. I mean, your children probably get a lot of help from you when they're applying to college. These kids don't get that chance, even when they're able to go. We don't get encouragement. This is a major research project. We have new teachers that should be training. Now, if we have to move some of our kids to the other campus, for COVID, we moved them up because for a number of reasons. It's going to interfere with our ability to do the training. And this is the last year we're going to have. So this project that is what brings us into compliance. Now,
But did you, I'm sorry, so I think that was just this year, right? Because I submit the Mauer for our schools, and so it's my understanding, you can submit, say it's not vetted, that's essentially what you're talking about. So we have a curriculum that's not that vetted, but my understanding is that the years prior to Mauer, you just didn't submit. Is that accurate?
help me out.
So-
You usually do that.
Yeah, last year, or not this, last school year, we started the project. So we did say that we're using that training for that year to select a vendor or a curriculum.
But there were years you just didn't submit. Is that accurate? Like Mauer, like you just didn't submit any data into the Move On when Reading platform. Is that correct?
I don't.
The confirmation of that.
Yeah, I'm not-
President Lee?
Yeah,
Or Joanna, I'm sorry, whoever. Yeah.
Yeah, no, there was, so we started working with the Department of Education back in 2019. They had made us aware that there had been some non-compliance with Move On when Reading requirements related to the literacy plan and the student data achievement. And so obviously we supported the Department of Education, had meetings with the charter holder. And at one point, I would say we were going to bring them before the board for failure to submit their data, but they were able to get it in. And they have partnered with the Move On when Reading division with Ms. Amy Bosa to work on their literacy plan, which is the project that Mr. Jones is talking about, the curriculum literacy project that he has. And so they are working with Amy. We have been meeting with them monthly. This particular issue that you see here in the executive summary is based on not submitting the October 1st submission for 2021. And so again, we was working with the ADA. So they didn't submit it timely, and they submitted on November 30th. And to your first question, yes, they haven't always submitted timely in prior submissions, their student achievement data.
Right, so this is just a data. So yeah, great that you guys are vetting the curriculum, right? That's not, and now allows you to click a box that says that. So that's great, but so why aren't you submitting timely?
So this year, I submitted the first portion is plan. And then the data, there was an issue, and I emailed the Mauer department regarding like a character block that it didn't matter what I did in the submit button just wouldn't, and apparently.
If you have too many characters or too few.
Too few, then it won't let you submit. So,
That
That's why
would
you
go,
didn't submit, was because there's two.
yeah, because the first one was done October 1st.
so this will go to Bray. I don't know if it's clear.
No,
Sari will help Bray when he needs this. He's timely and he's been with us long enough so that we actually see that happens. Sari, as wonderful as she is and talented as she is, as she says, that's not one of her, timeliness is not one of her strong suits. So she'd be out of that, and she'd be in it only to the point that she'd be helping Bray until he is independent.
Board members, are there any questions for this? Go for it.
President Lee, like Mr. Mason, I've been on the board a long time, and I've never heard anyone come up and question the fingerprinting process the way you have. I've never heard anyone. We've had problems. People say, okay, we got a problem. I've never heard anyone say it's not manageable, that it is too confusing to comply. Never heard that.
I'm not saying that.
Well, that's what I heard. And I want to ask Joanna that, was it clear when we had the initial issue that teachers could not be in the classroom? Because we had this 2-week period in November where I believe, from my reading and what I'm hearing today, that there was perhaps knowledge that they should have been in the classroom and that they weren't. So Joanna, do you, because I just make that clear for me.
Right, so when board staff conducted the virtual site visit, that's, they requested the documentation. After review of that documentation, they followed it up with the letter, and the letter is very explicit that they must submit these fingerprint clearance cards, IDP, and if they're unable to by their time frame, that those teachers cannot be in the classroom. And so that was in their letter. It was made clear to them.
Yeah.
And it was made clear to them throughout the other communications that they had regarding getting into compliance with fingerprinting.
That is correct, but may I clarify this? If you read the 2 items we included, the one said, teachers without fingerprint clearance cards must be accompanied by a staff member with a valid fingerprint clearance card. They were in the classroom with other individuals and other teachers. They didn't go in alone through all of that time. They had somebody in there who had a valid fingerprint clearance card. The law provides for that. Now, the way that it's written is easy to confuse one with the other. If it's a custodian, they may not be on campus. There's no somebody with a valid fingerprint clearance card. However, I suppose when the legislation was written, they understood that taking a teacher out of the classroom could be damaging.
Well, it could be damaging if you had a teacher in the classroom without a fingerprint card.
Correct.
If they were alone.
But the law provides for what we did. Now, we were still out of compliance.
Are they, it's Mr. Jones, correct?
Yes.
Is Mr. Jones correct in saying that they were in technical compliance during this time period?
So there was an email that was sent on October 29th indicating that they're required to provide the current valid fingerprint clearance card. Therefore, if we don't get the fingerprint clearance cards for those 2 individuals, they may not provide instruction to students in person or virtually, or be on campus until the cards are provided to board staff and you have received confirmation from board staff regarding that acceptance.
Now,
that's what they're.
Okay, so you, and then did you circle back and say those, did you object to their letter? to the requirement?
No, we met with them and we talked about this requirement. Now, technically, as far as the law is concerned, and you've heard it when the last people were in, it is in compliance with the law. Now, one of the things in the conversation, it wasn't clear what was going on. What we did in addition to that is find 3 organizations that could do this fingerprint clearance.
I heard.
And that wasn't correct.
I understand, I understand. I'm talking about the communication in early November through the end of November about these particular teachers in the classrooms without valid fingerprint cards. And what that does, that ignoring that process is like, I can't think of a nice way to say it, so I'm not going to, but just ignoring the rules is not appropriate.
We may have been wrong, but we thought that we were complying or trying to comply with the rules. Now, we didn't figure all of this out. You know, some of this is hindsight.
Vicky, I think you have a comment just to
Yeah.
maybe bring some clarity.
To clarify the requirement of fingerprint cards for teachers, anybody that's engaged in instructional work, teacher, laboratory, or this type of teacher must have a fingerprint clearance card. The only exception for not having that is if you are a volunteer or a guest speaker. Volunteers or guest speakers need to be accompanied by the person with an FCC. But if you're an instructional, you're providing instruction, you have to have a valid fingerprint clearance card.
So I'm hearing then there wasn't even technical.
Yeah, so back to my original point, that I've been on this board a long time and I've never heard anyone confused over this process.
So, okay, can I find
So, wait,
their
wait.
email because it says it in their email?
Presently, I'm happy to read our email.
Yeah, go ahead, Ashley.
It would help. I'm reading this as a follow-up email. So there, on our original emails, there was indication that they had been hired under emergency hire. So we asked for clarification whether they met the statutory requirements prior to hire if the teacher had all of the required documents for emergency hire. They had not. We then followed up and said, if you're not able to provide the documentation indicating compliance to the emergency hire prior to the virtual call with board staff, the following documentation for Nicholas LeBlanc and I won't say names, 2 employees must be submitted to board staff. 1, written confirmation that these teachers are not currently and will not be on campus or serving students virtually until they are issued a valid IVP fingerprint clearance card. 2, current valid IVP finger clearance card cards issued as a result of the application submitted to ASBCS office on October 29th, because they did submit for fingerprint clearance cards. Or supporting documentation indicating that they do meet the emergency hire. So our communication is clear that we did not have the valid IVP documentation when we did our visit. We also did not have any indication about the emergency hire, and then provided clarification on how they could come into compliance. And this is the same language that we used multiple times to communicate to the charter.
Was it
Yeah.
here? I just have a few comments. The fingerprint issue, I'll just state it again. It's unacceptable. We got to do a better job. And most of our schools do. And so this is an outlier. There's a percentage of folks that don't comply. And what bothers me more this particular case is that in the entire course of this presentation, it seems to me I've heard lots of excuses and reasons why, but not a lot of accountability or acceptance of accountability of what went wrong and a buy-in to the rules in general. And that's even more disturbing to me.
If you'll give me a minute, I'll find the email that they sent us. It is in your packet. That's where I copied it from. No, this is my typing.
Right, and I think the bigger issue, right, like is what is the plan for compliance moving forward? Like that, and I still haven't heard, I've heard that there's Bray, that's great, and he graduated from a great school, which I think is awesome. But that, but if he's in charge of compliance, then I'm just really confused as to what, like, I don't have a clear, concise plan of what we're doing for compliance. I'm just gonna finish my statement and then you're more than welcome to talk. So, and my issue with that is that if it's an internal team that's going to be helping him, you have internally not been able to consistently stay on top of compliance. Having 5 marks in 2020 is, to me, is unacceptable. Having 6 in 2021 is unacceptable. Having however many you're already going to have, because we can look at it on our chart in 2022, is unacceptable. And so so I need to know what you're doing with compliance. I need a succinct answer of what training you're getting, what is your plan moving forward, and I don't, yeah, go for it.
You want to try that?
So Bray will go on, and Bray, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't want to speak for you. I'm sure the board has trainings that are recorded, right, Ashley, or?
So to be clear, you don't currently have a plan because you don't know what trainings the board does or does not have. Is that accurate?
I don't really like.
No, we've been trying to get him training now.
So,
Or
can I just talk?
Yeah.
Okay, so right now I am set up to receive all the charter board emails. They get auto forwarded to me, and just looking through them, everything that you guys asked for, it's very well laid out. It's pretty easy to understand, and I am pretty confident that I can make sure that we get it done in a more timely fashion than we've been able to in the past. I've done a lot of reading about some of this sort of compliance stuff. I do probably need to do some trainings though, if you have any to recommend.
Thank you, Ray.
you have training for new charters.
The representative.
New charter reps. Yeah, there's new charter rep trainings.
As I indicated.
Okay. I feel like you're really trying to find this email that. Did you find the email? Because I know that you really want to say that line item that's in the email.
That email is, I took my statements right out of it, and I think it's in here. I'm just having a little trouble finding it.
Just give a minute. About 1 more minute to find it, just because we can't wait on you finding it, and then I think board members.
Can I bring this back, because I know it's there? I took it out of it.
I guess I'm not 100% sure what it would solve, because our issue is overall compliance issues and not just this one issue.
The guidance we got, the email that they sent was to put and this is how we read it, because this is what it said, to put a person with a fingerprint clearance card in the classroom. And it's in the packet that you have.
Yeah, so it wasn't like a blatant disregard for all the emails. There was always a response.
Right.
Asking for clarification.
Great. Okay, great, thank you. Okay, board members, are there any other questions or comments? And if not, is there a motion?
I'll go ahead and make a motion. I move to issue notice of intent for voter charge contact of those accelerated elementary and secondary schools. Failure to meet operational performance expectations set for the board operational performance framework in violation of this charter and state and federal law. Accelerated elementary and secondary schools is given notice that it must comply with the requirements set forth in the administrative rule regarding notice to school staff and parents, guardians of the notice of intent to revoke and participation.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Aaron, with the roll call, please.
Vice President Close,
Aye.
Superintendent Designee Wright,
Aye.
Dr. Crockett,
Aye.
Mr. Mason,
Aye.
Mr. Stratton,
Aye.
Mr. Swanson,
Aye.
Ms. Wood,
Aye.
Ms. Yana. President Lee,
Aye.
motion passes unanimously.
All right, thank you. Board staff will be in contact with you guys for next steps.
Aye.
All right. Next item on the agenda is New Horizon High School. Joanna? Yes. Go ahead.
New Horizon High School Incorporated, doing business as Providence High School. The charter holder operates one school, Providence High School, serving grades 9 through 12 in Chandler. Based on information provided to board, its staff conducted a targeted site visit of the school on June 24, 2021, and proceeded to conduct follow-up on-site visits between September 20th through November 17th of 1021. During the initial targeted site visit conducted June 24th, board staff became concerned with the continual turnover in instructional staff and its school leader. According to discussions had with the school leader at the time of the visit, it was noted that a new team of teachers would be starting in the 2021-2022 school year, which would be the school's third year in operation. During the summer, board staff continued to follow up with the school on many of its compliance requirements via email communications. At the start of the current school year, board staff conducted a follow-up site visit on September 20th and September 28th of 1021. Based on those two visits, board staff identified additional operational non-compliance issues. Based on concerns with the missing facility documentation and concerns with students' behaviors as reported by the teachers at the school, board staff followed up with the school staff to ensure the school is following its discipline policies and mandated reporting requirements. Therefore, during the months of October and November, the charter holder was in communication with board staff to ensure the school was moving forward towards getting into compliance. Throughout this time, the school leader resigned and the school has hired a new school leader and is hiring additional academic positions for the school. Upon review of the documentation submitted by the charter holder, board staff identified the following compliance issues. Failing to comply with House Bill 2862, the instructional time model, adhering to ARS 15342 by, as we read in the enrollment package, they had been charging fees for people's access to or use of the computers, maintaining policies and processes related to enrollment and attendance, maintaining current facility documentation, notifying the parents and guardians of the instructional staff information, submitting required documentation to the board timely, and appropriately displaying the statutorily required teacher salary posting. Outside of the issues identified during the targeted site visit, the charter holder was also out of compliance due to not timely submitting the annual compliance statement of assurances. Earlier this week, board staff and I did visit the school we wanted to meet with the school leader. And we did meet with the school leader who is currently in this week in her third week of being a leader there at the school. So we did have an opportunity to meet with her. Currently, the school does not have any additional academic positions posted on their website. And according to the school leader, they have hired the instructional staff required for their schools. I do know that Mr. Granado, the charter representative, was going to be on virtually, and I believe that he is. Do you have any questions for me?
There's no questions, so then at this time, the charter representative would like to unmute themselves, say their name for the record, and any statement you'd like to make.
Hello, can you all hear me?
Yes.
My name is Tom Granado. I'm the charter representative of Providence High School. With me, I have Chelsea Benninger, who is our business operations manager, Rhonda Rickard, who is our new school leader, new principal, and Mindy Leone is our district administrator, who should be also participating virtually. Mindy may or may not be on because her son underwent surgery this morning at Phoenix Children's Hospital, so hopefully she is present, but if not, our prayers are with her and her family. First of all, I'd like to thank you all for allowing us to address the board today. To start off, we accept full responsibility of any issues or concerns that the charter board may have. I can tell you that PHS has made great strides over the last few months. We have been able to hire committed, experienced staff members to fill all PHS vacancies. All new staff members added to PHS have experience with at-risk youth. We have hired 2 new teaching staff members, an academic advisor, administrative assistant, student support specialist, and of course, as stated, Rhonda, our new principal. as well as we have contracted with the school counselor to provide support, to provide additional emotional support to our students. We have identified and fulfilled trainings that our staff members needed to be able to support high school students and the population we are committed to serve, such as mandated reporting, substance abuse training, and suicide prevention. We will continue to provide professional development to build staff confidence and knowledge. We have made the necessary changes that have made a big impact in the day-to-day operation of the school to increase student safety and supervision of students. I can tell you that the items of concern on our dashboard have all been brought into compliance, and policies and procedures that have been put into place to ensure these issues do not rise again. Self-audits have been scheduled to ensure these items remain in compliance. Our PHS business manager and administrative assistant of the school will be responsible to conduct self-audits quarterly. Any questions?
All right, sorry, it's hard to tell when someone's finished on virtual. Okay. Thank you for that information. Board members, are there any questions for the charter holder? Okay, when did your school start? What year?
It was in 2018.
2018, August of 2018, or like the 2018, 2019 school year? Was that your first year in
It
operation?
was 2017. 2018.
Perfect. Okay, and can you talk to me about who you currently have as a principal now? You said that you've had turnover in leadership.
Yes, Ronna Rickard, who is right here. She is well experienced with the population that we serve. About 37 years in education, and she's now our school leader.
Okay, and what has she done for 37 years in education?
You want to speak?
Or she's more, yeah, she can.
Good afternoon, or is it afternoon already? Good afternoon.
Yes.
In 37 years, my special education is my background. I've been a special ed teacher, coordinator, worked in Scottsdale School District for 17 years, took over their alternative school when I was asked and built that up. And then I just came, after 30 years in the public education, I was at Maricopa County Sheriff's Office, and I straightened out their juvenile education section. They are mandated to go to school, so I was there for 7 years, and then this opportunity came up as I retired, and I'm taking over here and helping Providence out.
So it sounds like you have experience in compliance. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am. After 17 years in Scottsdale School District, I do.
Yeah. Okay.
And the jail.
Right. And Joanna, we confirmed, I saw in the report, all of their issues are in compliance now. Is that accurate? What's your plan moving forward? So you're kind of coming in and getting everything into compliance, or keeping everything into compliance. Can you tell me, just with all your experience, what's your plan moving forward to make sure that you guys don't come before us again?
As far as the school level, I'm just ending my 3rd week, and I've been working with students and staff and have analyzed as quick as I can. Attendance, we got to work on attendance. We got to work on communication to parents, and kind of making sure our foundation's solid. And then also just spent a great deal of time with the guidance counselor, going through transcripts, evaluating them, making sure we're contacting the seniors and their parents so they know where they stand, so that someone doesn't get surprised in May thinking they're going to graduate and they don't have enough credits. Moving forward, looking at our supplemental online as far as them taking a class if they need to make up a credit. Just met with ADE for the formative assessment trainings, got those all scheduled. So moving forward, I told our board that our marketing is our students. So everything that we're going to do there, I tell the staff that it's how does this benefit the students? And again, complying with our charter as well. The certificate, the thing I went through the report that you guys did. It says some of this was, I think, easy fixes. we need to get I need to get an assessment in there for students, because our students, we have a high population coming from the Gila River Reservation. And it's not just them, it's some of the other students locally as well. But I want to get some kind of an assessment in there in reading, writing, and math, and see where they are, because I believe some of our challenges with students not being as motivated is they're at a frustrational level right now instead of us being at that instructional level, and we got to work on those areas with the students, which helps get them motivated. However, I will say I've been in the classrooms, and I was in one where the teacher had them talking Macbeth, and I was in the art room, and the things that she does. We've been working on students just not leaving class, staying in class, and that's really minimized that. We just had our exhibition for the projects, and it was great to see the students be excited about presenting their projects and displaying them. So we have some talent skills there with the students, and I think we have a committed staff, and I'm committed. I've told Tom this too, that if I don't feel I have a committed staff, you have to be a certain person to work with the at-risk population, and it will show if you're not. So that's just my experience over the 37 years in working with the at-risk population. You can get them involved, you can get them motivated, but sometimes we have to ask them, and we learn from them as well as we move forward. So just moving forward in a positive way and making sure that the school's moving forward, but that whatever we do adds value to what benefits students.
I can kind of speak at the district level, kind of what we will be doing to ensure this is happening. So previously, you know, the district was involved from an oversight standpoint, but we're diving in. I've personally been at the school the last few months, getting trainings in with all areas across everything. I personally will be conducting internal audits on a quarterly basis just to make sure, you know, the things that we think are happening at the school are actually happening at the school. And we will be, you know, we're going to be a lot more involved at the district level. Either myself or Mindy will be at the school at least one full day a week going forward. I think that was, you know, previously a mistake, is kind of trusting things that were happening that just weren't happening. So from our standpoint, we're just going to be a lot more involved. We have a great staff set up. I think, you know, hopefully this year, everyone will stick around, you know, but if we need to make changes, we will. But from a district level, we're just going to be a lot more involved, and personally being there and ensuring, and, you know, having internal audit checklists and making sure all those boxes are checked prior to, you know, the board coming out and letting us know what's the issue. We want to know those issues for ourselves and on a quarterly basis at least. Rhonda's going to be going to the charter boot camp pretty soon just to make sure but she's very experienced, and you know, I think anything will just be adding to the knowledge that she already has. But you know, we're going to make sure she's got everything she needs as well.
Great. Board members, are there any other questions for the charter?
President Leah, and I apologize to members and to you as well, because I had to step out of the room. But I think one of the things that really bothered me in this is that we had so much turnover, and so I'm just wondering if it's something beyond. Why is that? I just don't understand why in 3 years we've had good staff, particularly as you articulated how the commitment is involved from your perspective.
So the question is about turnover?
Pardon?
I was having a hard time hearing it. The question was about turnover, and speak to that. Looking at doing?
Yeah.
Okay. You know, I saw the first year, second year course with COVID hit everybody, including us even at the jail. And this is not an excuse when I say this, and I've heard this before, but there is a shortage out there. And I come from a family of teachers and coaches, and the teachers are always looking for the money. For one thing, we have substitutes being paid $200 a day out there in our valley. So some of it we can't control, but as far as, again, we have to make sure that the right staff is there and they're not there just for a job. With the at-risk population, that's how we're going to grow. That's how we grow the school. That's how we get the satisfaction from the students. That's how we get from students. As far as turnover, I'm always thinking, we do have one teacher that is leaving at the end of the year because she's moving out of state, and we already kind of have a plan for that, because I do have somewhat of a network myself, being out there many years. But there is a shortage out there, and every colleague I have out there in the districts that I know and stuff are always telling me, hey, if you see anybody, can you send their name to me? Can you do that? So we'll just do the best we can. We got to try to make sure that, we have staff satisfaction, we meet their needs. But I think the biggest thing I'm seeing right now is the communication. So I want to be able to make sure and communicate to the staff what's going on. They need to know that we met here today. And what's happening. I'm huge on communication. I'm not huge on just filing a complaint above my head. Is to come and communicate. We're not here we're here to try to find solutions. We're not here to try to be part of the problem. And that's where I am. And I feel that at the jail and at my alternative school in Scottsdale, I will say I did not have a lot of turnover. But they were teachers that wanted to be there. They had that passion to be there. They had the skill set to be there. So that's where I sit with my experience.
If I could chime in as well, I'd like to piggyback on that. Our agency, our high school is under the umbrella of our overall agency that works with behavioral health. And prior to COVID, we had a staff team of 250 employees. And so we're well versed and we have a lot of experience in leading adults and leading different educational staff and mentors and clinicians. And what we found when we started looking into the issues that were going on in the high school was the teachers that left were actually being promised things that didn't come from the district. And so when it did come to the district for, for whether it was stipends to do certain activities or coach a basketball team or things like that, stipends that were above above the budget, when we would correct them, then we actually had one teacher quit because of that. And then we had another teacher quit because she didn't feel safe. And so when our district office went into, that was Mindy and Chelsea, went into, because we got notification of our principal leaving, when they actually went into the school and started meeting with teachers and started talking to them about the discipline policy, one of the current teachers actually said, had this been done with the last principal, then that last teacher that left would not have left. So there wasn't great leadership going on. There wasn't a lot of inclusive leadership. There wasn't a lot of support of the individual instructor. What Rhonda hasn't mentioned is she's having to do basic structure implementation of the school in regards to just, you're not allowed to just walk up and leave your classroom. So the kids were given a lot of freedom that they shouldn't have been given. The instructors weren't exercising the authority. Not that we run a prison or anything like that, but students need to ask for permission to get up and leave the classroom, and they should have a timeline of when they're expected to be back. We have also added an additional support staff that is there to walk the hallways and make sure that everyone feels safe and everybody just to maintain a safe environment that is conducive to learning for all of our students and teachers.
As the charter representative, when we issued the new charter, you come before us and say, here's my leadership, here's my principle, this is why I believe in them. So can you just tell me maybe what happened and and what's your personal involvement in the school? Because I know you guys have the behavioral health center, but we look to you as the charter representative, right? At the stop to everything, right? Is kind of all the responsibilities are on you and in our eyes. And so talk to me about maybe what you've learned, right, from the last 2 or 3 years and what you personally are going to kind of do differently moving forward in your involvement with the school.
Well, I can definitely tell you that I personally have learned a lot in regards to the responsibility of the charter. Not that I took it lightly. We've been wanting the charter school for a very long time because we have been working in the behavioral health arena for 20 years now. And we know there's a lot of kids that get missed or fail the public school system. So that was our drive, that was our desire. And that maintains to be true to this day. However, I don't like speaking ill of people, and so I won't go there, but we literally, because of COVID, I mentioned our behavioral health agency, We had a staff team of 250. When COVID hit within a month, we had to furlough 100 employees. So did I rely on the principal at the time to keep the school afloat and maintain compliance? Yes, I did. And shame on me for doing that. And so moving forward, I'm stopping by at the school every week. I'm talking to Chelsea and Mindy, who are at the school once a week as well. And so my involvement is going to be at a greater capacity.
Board, just a comment, you know, this is what well, I don't like any charter coming before us, but one that does these issues, then they clearly hired a leader with very strong educational background, 37 plus years in various leadership capacities. I think it's clear to the charter rep as well as their district team to have a presence on site, which is always what we would encourage our new charters to have. They need to be on site, boots on the ground. I think this is, in my opinion, a great candidate for a consent agreement versus a notice of intent to revoke. With that, there's the other comments, but if not, we can do a motion.
No comments. I'm going to find that Verizon High School League, EVA Providence High School. Hearing after referred to this motion as the charter holder has failed to meet the operational performance expectations set forth in the board's operational performance framework and has violated its charter contract and state and federal law. These failures and violations provide a sufficient basis to issue a notice of intent to revoke the charter holder's contract. However, the board is authorized to exercise its legal discretion with regard to actions taken against a charter holder that is not in compliance with its charter obligations to the board and state and federal law. In an effort to bring the charter holder into compliance, the board directs staff to work with legal counsel to develop a consent agreement that addresses the charter holder's non-compliance with operational performance expectations, its charter, and state and federal law. The board further directs staff to bring the consent agreement back to the board for consideration at a subsequent board meeting. If the charter holder chooses not to accept the terms of the consent agreement developed by board staff, then it is the board's decision that the charter holder be placed on a future agenda for a motion to issue a notice of intent to revoke the charter holder's charter contract for the reasons already specified.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Aaron, with the roll call, please.
Vice President Close,
Aye.
Superintendent Designee Wright,
Aye.
Dr. Crocker,
Aye.
Mr. Mason,
Aye.
Ms. Rice,
Aye.
Mr. Stratton,
Aye.
Mr. Swanson,
Aye.
Ms. Wood,
Aye.
Ms. Yana,
I'm gonna abstain because I missed part of the conversation.
President Lee.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, guys. Okay. All right, we are moving on to new charter applications. And first up, I think we're gonna do a general presentation first by Rachel, so she can kind of introduce the new charter applications, and then Arizona Collaborative Learning Partners LLC will be up after Rachel.
President Lee, do you want to give board members like a 3-minute break while I get set up?
I'm good to power through, but
Okay.
if we need a 3-minute break, then we can do a 3-minute break. We're doing a 2-minute break, so we're doing the rest.
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to hijack anything.
Oh, no, that's fine. This is the teacher, this is like.
I'm good.
Okay, if you share it again, it'll be updated.
Yeah, I thought this was a start.
Awesome. All right, welcome back. Aaron, if you could just do roll call to make sure we have the quorum, and then we'll get started.
President Lee,
Here.
Vice President Close, Superintendent Designee Wright,
Here.
Dr. Crockett,
Here.
Mr. Mason, Ms. Rice,
Here.
Mr. Stratton,
Present.
Mr. Swanson,
Here.
Ms. Wood. Ms. Wood,
Here.
Ms. Yana,
I'm here.
President Lee, you have a quorum.
Great, thank you. Okay, Rachel, go for it.
President Lee, Vice President Close, Superintendent Designee Wright. First, I would like to provide you and members of the public some background information about our new charter application cycle. Applicants were required to submit applications by a deadline of June 16th, 2021. The applicants before you today have likely been working on these applications for a year or more. After submission, application packages were reviewed by board staff for administrative completeness, which includes ensuring that all materials are present and ready for review and that the application fee has been submitted. After the administrative review, applications are forwarded to the Technical Review Panel, or TRP, to undergo the substantive review of the application package. Individuals for the Technical Review Panel are recruited from across the country. Applicants for the TRP submit resumes and written responses to questions related to TRP qualifications. Board staff reviews these resumes and written responses and chooses top candidates with expertise in charter school business, operations, and academics. Once these individuals are chosen, teams of 3 are formed to review applications. Board staff strives to ensure that the experience on these teams is well balanced in each of the 3 areas that were previously mentioned. Additionally, board staff attempts to assign teams to applications in which they may have greater expertise. For example, if an application indicates that it will serve an alternative population as defined by the Arizona Department of Education, we do our best to assign the application to a team with members who have experience and expertise with that population or chosen model. Additionally, applications and team members are carefully reviewed to ensure that any potential conflicts are avoided. For example, if an applicant intends to open in a certain city, the team is comprised of individuals that do not have charters in that city or surrounding areas and are not currently looking to expand in that area. These processes help to ensure that each team reviewing an application is doing so objectively and without conflict. The board's criteria for substantive completeness is defined in the publicly released new charter application instructions. Using rubrics, the TRP reviews the application packages against the criteria set by the board. First, through independent individual reviews, then through a consensus process that includes all 3 team members. For the application that includes the intent to have a program using Arizona Online Instruction, the AOI components were forwarded to Rio Salado for their review. The criteria used by Rio Salado are in the application instructions and are consistent with the criteria used to evaluate AOI packages for existing charters in the portfolio. After the initial reviews, the completed rubrics are released to the applicants and they are given the opportunity to revise and resubmit their application packages based on the feedback provided by the TRP and Rio Salado, if applicable. When the application packages are resubmitted, they again go through a final review by the reviewers against the same criteria. And once again, these rubrics include feedback which are provided to the applicants. If an application is substantively complete, it proceeds to the interview. Only one of the applications before you today was substantively complete. The remaining 4 applicants requested for the substantively incomplete applications to proceed to the capacity interviews. Next, the TRP conducts a capacity interview with each applicant team. This opportunity is used to gain clarification on areas of deficiency, concern, or confusion that still remain for the TRP, and also to assess the capacity of the applicant team. To do this, the TRP asks questions about the application itself, providing the applicant the opportunity to verbally address concerns the TRP may still have after the review of the paper application, whether in areas that met the standard or did not. Questions may also relate to concerns the TRP has about the viability or sustainability of the applicant's plan. Additionally, the TRP may ask scenario-based questions to understand the capacity of the team and its ability to work through situations or problems that may arise with plans described in the application. After these interviews, the TRP confers to determine whether to provide the board a recommendation to approve or deny each application package. The TRP uses information from the paper application and the capacity interview to make this recommendation. Finally, the team leads with input from their additional team members write the recommendation reports using the information gathered from the application package, rubrics, and capacity interview. These reports are included in the board materials you have before you today. Finally, board staff conducts a due diligence process. This includes running and reviewing background checks on individuals that comprise applicant teams. Additionally, if the applicant intends to contract with an education service provider, extensive research is conducted related to the ESP's academic, operational, and financial performance in other states. This information is not typically a component of the TRP's recommendation, but is included in the board materials for the board's consideration of each application package. As outlined, the new charter application is one that is both rigorous and lengthy, with many levels of review conducted by qualified individuals. Do you have any questions for me before I present the first application? Arizona Collaborative Learning Partners, LLC, has submitted a new charter application package to open Virtual Preparatory Academy of Arizona, serving grades K through 12 as a statewide fully online program. The TRP evaluated the application package and determined that the revised application package does not meet the minimum scoring requirements set by the board for the current application cycle because the applicant's educational plan scored 86.07%, the operational plan scored 86.67%, and the business plan scored 59.57%. Additionally, the revised AOI package submitted by the applicant that was reviewed by Rio Salato did not meet the required criteria for approval. After receiving the final scoring rubric, the applicant requested to proceed to the capacity interview. Based on the responses and additional information provided by the applicant at the capacity interview, the TRP recommends that the application package for the applicant be approved. This applicant does intend to contract with an education service provider. Additional information about the performance of the ESP is included in Appendix C of the board materials for your review.
Thank you. Board members, any questions for Rachel? Okay, and if not, I know the charter representative is here. If you guys like to come up, state your name for the record and any statement you'd like to make.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Kimberly Cox. I am the board president for ACLP, and I'm very honored to be here today. We are very appreciative of you, your time, and your attention to this special school we're hoping to open in July of 2022. We would like to thank Ashley Berg, Rachel Hanna, and Shannon Black for their time, quick responses to our many questions, and their deep knowledge of this process. An overjoyed slice of gratitude to the TRP team for their endorsement, and a heartfelt thank you to the Rio Salato team for their thorough feedback and expertise in virtual schooling. A special kudos to the state of Arizona for their due diligence and fidelity to this process that helps serve our Arizona students. As you've read, our board is comprised of a strong group of educators with many collaborative years in education, filling a variety of roles, with many of those years spent in virtual education. What you do not see is our hearts and our passion to serve students in Arizona. Personally, I'm a true second-generation native of Arizona, born in St. Joe's, and my kids are too. I love our state. I love our education system. And I've been privileged to live here the majority of my life and watched Arizona grow and develop. When I was a kid growing up here, you had two choices. You either hopped on the school bus and you went to your local school in your neighborhood, or your parents drove you to a private school. Now, as far as education has come, we now have school choice. And we as parents get to choose what option best fits our kids as students. As educators, we sit here before you today hoping to get approved to move forward with our plans to offer an option that reaches a specific and targeted population, the chronically absent. Many schools withdraw kids that are absent and they often fall. It is our goal to catch them and bring high quality education to them. In a 2016 report from the nonprofit Attendance Works think tank, they reported that 18.7% of the state's total enrollment are chronically absent, and that 45% of Arizona schools have a chronic absentee rate of 20% or more. These numbers are astonishing. We hope to be a part of the solution to these problems. We all have student experiences that have led to our collaborative why, the kids that remain in our hearts that we've always just held on to and research to see where they are these days. There are many students in our state who cannot get to school, but our goal is to bring school to them. We want to provide the services that they need to be successful and brighten their futures. We are an invested board with the benefit of a strong management team for us to support us. With the help from our management team at Excel Schools, we're able to provide a quality learning management system, curriculum aligned to the Arizona state standards, financial support as we launch, and an impeccable team of educational leaders for us to lean on. It is our hope today that we receive your approval to move forward with opening our schools to start serving the students of Arizona. Financially, the funds are in the bank, the teams are ready to launch, and we are ready to get our boots on the ground to ensure that every student has a successful start at the VPAA. At this point, I'd like to turn the mic over to Tiffany Seidemann, another corporate board member.
Hi there. Thank you, Kim. I just wanted, agree with everything she just said, that she shared so beautifully about our state. I too am a native to Arizona, love my state. I was born at Good Sam. So if you've been here for a while, you know that hospital. If you don't, it's not here anymore, but it was an era, right? So my children are also Arizona natives, and I'm so grateful for the choices that they have had. My children have attended private school in Arizona. They've attended charter school, and they've taken classes in online public school before. So our state's school-friendly, school choice-friendly policy has definitely enriched my own children's life, which makes me so passionate and so excited to be a part of this. So thank you again for having us here today. Also, professionally, I'm a former Arizona public school teacher. So I saw, children come from all different walks of life who had support to thrive, and then parents who just had challenges, supporting them. So to be a part of another option that offers maybe something that will help a child do well is just very exciting for us. I would also like to share that Dr. Leonora Keatner is also on our board, but I don't think she's with us anymore. She had to leave. She is been a member and a consultant for 10 years with the Arizona Department of Education Solutions Team, president of School Governing Board for Imagine Schools, and chair of Kids at Hope International Advisory Council. So she is just very seasoned with lots of information and lots of experience that has made great contributions to the work that we're doing. We also have with us today Jim Clance. He is our designated liaison and board representative. And so Jim, if you want to say a quick hello.
Oh, yes,
go right ahead.
thank you.
They have one more to introduce.
I've been accused of not being able to say anything in less than 30 minutes, so here's my introduction. Jim Konitz for the record, and I'm a consultant, and I've been working with the leadership group in the formulation of the application and also interfacing with Excel Schools. So we have a lot of things in place, and we're ready to go. My background is, this is my 53rd year in public education. I've kind of beat out a few people that I've heard this morning. So with that said, I've been a classroom teacher. I was in charge of special education. I did 33 years in Los Angeles Unified School District, worked with the federal courts to get Los Angeles Unified School District out of a special education consent decree, and also have been an advisor to the Department for Education in the United Kingdom, starting academy schools there, which are charter schools. They kind of copied us, and worked there. And I also been a consultant to the nation of Japan a number of years ago when they were trying to change the delivery systems within the nation itself to include more blended learning and online education.
Thank you, Jim. We also have with us Taryn Jackson. She's the representative, and Nicole Husa with Excel Schools, who also oversees curriculum. I believe she's online with us today. So we just thank you, and please let us know what other questions you might be having for us.
Board members, are there any questions?
Please, President Lee, and my question is for Jim. You're a consultant to Arizona Coalition and also to Excel.
Correct.
So how long have you been in that?
With Excel, about 18 months, 2 years.
And so tell us a little bit
About Excel? Yeah, Excel is Excel Learning is the corporate name. It's a for-profit group. And they run charter schools across the US, mostly in the Midwest. And they have schools in Dubai, they have schools in Switzerland, and so on that they support. They have a extensive knowledge of online schools in the United States. As a matter of fact, the founder of Excel was also the founder of K-12 Incorporated, of which you've already experienced here in the state. And it's certainly a well-vested organization and are guaranteeing the success of this school. There's some very, very experienced corporate members and very, very experienced leaders within the Excel organization. And Taryn is one of those. So I'd like to introduce Taryn.
Sure.
Taryn is a specialist in the wraparound services that we've talked about in our application and how we support young people and their parents with the families that we hope to serve.
Sure. Hi, I'm Taryn Jackson. I am the Senior Director for Career and Technical Education as well as Student Development at Excel. And so to Jim's point, I support pretty much all the non-instructional supports for our students and the programming that we support, really putting together wraparound support services, tiered interventions, and then obviously career and college planning for our students as well. That's kind of my focus.
Great. Yeah.
Can I just follow up with you? Sure. So how long have you been doing this?
Sure. I've been with Excel 2 years now. But my background, I've had about almost 19 years in family services, student services. I started off working with families in more of a mental health capacity, but about in 2010, I actually started with K-12. And I worked there. I started out as an administrator in a school in Georgia, and then kind of came up to the national level, leading the creative design and implementation of student support services across all of the schools at K-12. So I think at that time it was about 55 schools where we managed just the programming for student supports. And then from there, I went into career readiness. Helped launch about 13 or 14 of the destination's career academies at K-12. And then I followed Ron over to Excel. Just love the vision, the passion, the great group of leaders that have been in the online schooling side. I don't know, we joke now probably have 200 years of experience across our team. So it's very exciting and I love what I do and I'm happy to be here today.
Thank you.
Please. Just a quick question. Do you enroll English learners in your schools nationwide?
Yes, absolutely.
Could you speak a little bit about how you support English learners and how you might do so in Arizona where there's specific legislation that requires a type of instruction?
Sure. So I think the first thing that we would do is hire an EL coordinator to support that piece. We do have a home language survey that is embedded in our student information system. And so the students are identified typically through that process initially. And then obviously we would follow, your state's guidelines, but I think I'm not an ELL expert. I think our solution there would be to hire someone that is capable at the school level to support that.
That's a very good question. Also using sheltered instruction techniques, a lot of what the delivery systems, and we've tried to put together a compendium of offerings in curriculum that support audio translation, support language translation, support the kinds of things you use in sheltered instruction, about demonstration, about pictures to reinforce, about the translation and the development of a technical language that goes along with that. As with our EL students, they do fairly well until they get to a point where they get into CTE and things like that. And there's a very technical language that goes on in that area. So we introduced that early. Also, for your information, that we start second language development in the second grade. So students that need English skills can take English. Students that would like to speak Spanish can take Spanish. And of course, all of you, and me too. I took a few years in high school, but I'm afraid to speak. Where we want to start early is with our young people, get them comfortable with a foreign language and comfortable enough to be able to utilize it as they go through the system.
Could I ask a follow-up question, President? Just another question, not specifically related to learners, but to Excel and performance. So you mentioned there's a lot of corporate experience or professional experience to ensure success in Arizona. But when I look at the report card grades from our other states that you serve, I'm not sure I would call that successful. So can you speak a little bit to the performance of your schools?
Success is relative, as you know, to the grading systems within the state and the rating systems within the state. And I think it was pointed out earlier that sometimes when you're serving difficult populations, you don't really get credit for the progress that the young people make during that year or 2 years down the road or so on. And also the data that's in the application is from 17-18, I believe, as I looked at it. And we actually have new data out now because there was a hiatus in state grading because of COVID and state testing and so on as we go through. So Dan, could I ask you to bring up those slides? So in anticipation of that question, because I read the same information you read, we put together a few slides for you. Primarily, it's talking about Odella, which is an online school most similar to what we're offering here today. And Odella was taken over by Excel in, I think it was 2018. And it was taken over because they had a 17-year history of failure. And so they were asked to take over, Excel was asked to take over that school and turn it around and so on. So they did. In 2019 was the year that they implemented the new LMS, the instructional program, the support systems for the students and so on. So as time went by, as we all hope it will, Ohio value added for Odella was higher than the connections in K-12 schools operated in Ohio. So while that's not something that would influence the report card, it's something to be aware of. It's not as bad as it seems, number one. And then lately, additional Ohio state information is now available, displayed on the next slide. Thanks, Dan. So you can see for 1920 and 2021, the authorizers of the school itself, they call them community schools in Ohio, but they are charter schools. The OCCS evaluation said that that same school, grade levels K through 12 for academic performance met the standard, for fiscal performance exceeded the standard, organizational operational performance exceeded the standard, and legal compliance meets the standard. The slide goes on, I don't need to read it to you. It talks about what OCCS is, why they exist, and how they evaluate schools. And then just, I guess, to give you a little bit more confidence, the next slide, just recently for the Excel effort, the state of Indiana just took on a charter managed by Excel, the state of Washington, and the state of West Virginia. As a matter of fact, state of West Virginia just passed a law. There were only 2 charter schools, online statewide charter schools allowed, and Excel was one of those 2 that were granted. So anyway, they're making progress. The easy thing to say is that as time goes on, there'll be a better progression. We're on now today with past performance of students. We benchmark student learning. We use the iReady testing, and we're doing that as an entry baseline, and then we do it 2 more times during the year. And of course, if you're concerned, as we all are, about compliance and how students are doing day to day, instead of waiting for a year to come to you and say, well, we didn't do so well, the LMS will actually allow for you as individuals with the right credentials, of course, and the right fingerprint cards, by the way, that you are able right at your desk to see how the children are doing, how the students are doing, how the children are progressing, and how they are actually moving towards mastery. And that's what we're really interested in. Part of our philosophy in the school is to start students in the early grades as dependent learners, as we always do. By the time they get to middle school, we're going to move them to a kind of half and half, dependent, independent learner. By the time they get to high school, we want every student to be an independent learner as they move on. That's the only way they're going to survive in the economy and in post-high school education. We also are very intent on breaking the attendance cycle, and I was very pleased to hear the presentation by the Student Choice High School and the NAEA benchmarks. If you read our application carefully, you'll see those in there. You'll see a learning plan in there. You'll see early intervention. You'll see wraparound services. You'll see that contact between an adult and a child, contact, and also the, as Madam Superintendent mentioned, that the quality of the contact is the most important. The contact is nice on paper, but the quality is more important. So we put in success coaches that we would assign to those families, and that success coach will stay with that family for the duration, basically, as will their primary teachers. And when they get to middle school, it changes, and we're going to start at the lower grades, because we want to make sure we get this right. That changes to a departmentalized setting. And so then the teacher will have maybe 3 or 4 different groups of students in English language arts or in mathematics or whatever they're teaching. And then finally, all teachers have a homeroom period, and that's unique in the virtual setting. But there is a homeroom period. That homeroom teacher stays with those children, and his counselor is talk to the parent time, conferencing time, those kinds of things that go on. So we've tried to put together, a program that's going to break the cycle of non-attendance at school. And if we can do that and we get the parent support in doing that, we've met our goal, and we'll come back to you and report how well we're doing.
Board President Lee, this is Board Member Wood. I have a question to Excel. Question I have, and I did look over the grades as well. I am concerned about that. I am concerned about some of the performances of the other schools, but what I really need answered is for your day-to-day management of this organization. You are here to work with Arizona students. So my question is who will be running the school's day-to-day operations? Will it be someone who's here from Arizona, who knows our population, who knows our people? Or will Excel be running this from a different state? Who is actually going to be in charge of day-to-day and making sure we're connecting with our Arizona? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thank you very much for asking that. Now, all Arizona certified teachers living locally in the state, the head of school will be an Arizona resident. We have 2 possibilities identified at this point. If we get a charter, we'll go ahead and proceed with that. So they'll be local here, as will all of the administrative staff. I guess the easiest thing to say is that the board is in charge, the board members that you met, plus we're going to be adding 2 more board members. Those board members are in charge of the policy and the governance of the school. The head of school / principal, whatever you would like to call it, is the day-to-day operations person. And that the 2 that we know about right now have had many, many years of experience in online charter schools and are ready to move forward when we're ready, and if you give us a blessing to move forward. So it'll all be locally managed. Excel is actually a vendor And vendor management would be under the discretion of the board as they go through, because there will be a contract, and there always is, just like with the state. And they have certain responsibilities in that contract. So it's a little easier to say that they're doing the back office management of the school and making sure that we're in compliance, that all the reports are submitted, that there are the correct templates turned in for budgeting and so on as the school moves forward. So if you kind of think of it, the two entities, there's the entity of the school, student-facing entity. There's the back office entity, which would be Excel. Thank you for that question.
Thank you.
I have a person questions. Thank you, very robust process, obviously, but also a great deal of responsibility you have if you're educating kids. I noticed you on the process, so I'm not an academic, and so I'm not a teacher, so I give a great deal of weight to what people are telling us. So the TRP process, you did not pass the first time, you did not pass this resubmittal, and then you went to the old in-person thing, and then you passed. Can you tell me what the kind of differentiator was on that process?
Sure.
I mean, I can, from my perspective, just on the educational plan, I think what I felt like is we did not do a good job of describing the day in the life of a student and a teacher in our application to help the team understand what this really looks like in an online setting for our students. So I do think from the educational plan side, I was able to illustrate what a student, from the time they log on to school to the time that they end their day, what that entails, and then vice versa, the teacher side and what that looks like as well. I think in our application, we probably stated things, but we didn't put all of the context there to help you all understand. So that's just from the educational plan.
Yeah, I think another area that we really improved as we went through the process was the explaining how the curriculum is curated, and that we have multiple levels using different kinds of curricular, I'm not even sure it's delivery systems as much as it is curricular content for the early grades using Excel learning, which is not part of Excel, and Strongline, which is right here at home with you, and also eDynamic for the CTE and the technical courses. So we didn't do a good job of explaining it. That was a long answer to a simple question. Thank you. The other thing that we didn't do probably as well as we could have is we all went to the workshop, wonderful workshop, as a matter of fact, that Rachel put on, and we knew the parameters as we went through. And even though it was emphasized many times that there has to be a consistency in delivery, and we didn't explain that well. So the second time through, we explained it much better. At the interview, I think we even did a better job of explaining it. And today, I hope we're explaining it to you.
And then I also understand that all of our AOI schools go through a Rio Salado process. And you're saying that you did not get through their check or whatever they do.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear that.
My understanding is that there's a Rio Salado process that all our AOI schools go through to get sort of their stamp of approval on this, that you did not get that. Is that correct?
Well, we got a very high score. Okay, and I'm not sure that that's reflected in what you've seen, but we got a very high score, moved up quite a bit from our first time through. And I think we were in the 90s with them.
So Member Swanson, they scored a 94.32%. 95% is our criterion. It is important to note that if they were an existing operator, we would not bring the AOI package to you for approval, because we do require a substantively complete package from an existing operator.
So we were at pretty close to 95.
But they wouldn't be in front of us
if they were an existing operator in your portfolio. That is correct.
And then, there's a lot of data here. So I maybe looked at every page, but I certainly did not read it. But I tried to look at the contract,
Absolutely.
with your ESP. And how is the fee structured? Because it said there's a attached fee schedule and it was not, or not that I could find. It may not have was in there.
I believe it was. Yeah.
Member Swanson, you are correct. There is not a fee schedule included in the ESP sample template that was provided in the application package. I did double check that in reviewing the board materials.
Okay, thank you. The if it's not there, certainly.
And the ESP is a for-profit?
Yes, it is. Yeah, the fee schedule is based on several items. First of all, we want to make sure that there's no digital divide for the students. So the school is charged for every student to have a computer. School is also charged from Excel to have a ESP reimbursement for the parents. So everybody can have broadband if it's available. If that's not available, every student can have a hotspot to use cellular also. So the system is set up to be able to use both. There's a fee for those back office management services that we talked about. And as I recall, it's about a 12% fee of per student that goes on for all those back office services. And we also have in there the marketing fees, and we talked about that at the interview, the marketing fees that for finding students and the student outreach and the search and serve and everything else that goes along with running a charter school. And also there is a fee in there for recruitment and HR services, because we want to make sure that we get that right. So the HR services are in there too.
Is that something that is available to the
Oh,
board
yeah.
to see?
Yeah, absolutely. I can send it to you right after we're done.
Well, not to me, but to maybe
We can do that. Thank you.
Yes, please. Just a clarifying question. In the information I see on the ESP, it says the majority of the existing schools are brick and mortar, but potentially 3 have been opened as full-time virtual in the past couple of years. Are any of them K-5? Do you have a model for what your start?
Virtual schools? All, I believe all 3
Are K-5?
K-5, yeah.
And are any of them, do we have data for any of the existing all full-time virtual K-5 schools that you have?
So Odella is the one that he mentioned. We have Michigan Online School that we added last school year. And then we have VPA of Lucerne.
Lucerne.
3 years.
Yeah, but again, data is a little bit scarce these days.
We started during COVID,
Yeah.
and so we don't have state report card.
And the same with Washington.
Yeah, we actually opened Washington in February of this school year, so.
Thank you. Do you have a question? Oh, yes, please. All right, not to make this any longer than it already is, but not that. I know we've covered English language learners. However, my questions are related to special education. So I'm hoping that someone can talk me through a little bit about what this looks like for a student who either has yet to be identified, so what that child find process looks like, students who may be coming to you with already existing IEP, and also in terms of service providers, what that will look like, anywhere from resource or something like that, but also related services such as speech, occupational therapy, physical therapy, and whatnot, and what that looks like.
Okay.
Also including too, students who may be deaf, hard of hearing, or language impaired. So I know there's a lot there. I'm happy to kind of break that down if you need, but I've just had some questions about how those students will receive those services.
So we have a special ed director at Excel, Karima Mago, who is awesome and has been doing this for, 20 plus years. So I am not going to do it justice. I'm not a special education expert. However, to your point or your question, If students are coming into the school, we would do the 45-day screener that I know is required, as well as in the enrollment application process, a family can indicate if they already have an active IEP. So if that happens, we are going in upon enrollment, pulling that information, and setting up services as designed. The 45-day screener is the other piece of the child find that is part of that. A lot of that happens in onboarding. So students will have orientation. They will complete the diagnostic iReady assessment. And in that process, the teachers are reaching out, they're having conversations with families, and that's where that 45-day screener is coming in. Outside of that, for students that are already in the program and we don't know about it, we have a multi-tiered system of supports and intervention. And so that would be the other way that a student may be identified. To your question about curriculum, I'm trying to see if I can get all this. We have a special curriculum for students that need it. However, we do take a least restrictive environment kind of approach. And so students would be included in, with their peers unless it's determined that they need intervention. It could be that the special education coordinator pulls that student out into a small group session during that same instructional time and is working with them on their needed level. If that isn't enough, we do have a resource students or room, so they would be pulled out. And if their needs are very severe, I'm saying that wrong, but if they have a lot of needs, we also have alternative curriculum, or an alternative assessment program too. So to answer your question, we have a full spectrum, a continuum of services from itinerant to supplemental and full-time.
We use unique learning for our low incidence students that are identified, and the very, very good program for you probably.
The other thing I would add is for the special education coordinators, they have in our LMS, they can go in, and Nicole's team is on, she can probably speak to this a little more, but they put together resources. So they can go in, if the student is 1 year, 2 year, 3 years behind grade level, they can pull in those modules into their asynchronous and synchronous learning as well.
Okay, so you'll have then certified special education teachers who will be providing the services.
Absolutely. Yes. I'm sorry. I didn't
No,
say that.
I threw a whole lot at you. No worries. So just the final part of my question was with regard to how these students will receive related services.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
No, it's just fine. I like I said, I got a lot at you.
So if a student is identified for related service, we absolutely provide that. If it's, therapy that we need to provide, we will identify that resource and send the student to where they need to go. If it's a situation where they need to be in person, if their IEP deems that, then we will set that up as well. It could be at the school location, it could be, at a library or something like that as well. But we provide complete related services, for all of our students that if it's deemed necessary in the IEP.
And that's also reflective of the organization for the IEP meetings themselves and the change of placement meetings that may have to occur and so on, or even modifications to a current IEP. So that's all done. It's very scientific, and we can do it both remotely and in person, depending on what we need to do. And again, we're looking at those rural communities that they seem to have the highest non-attendance rate in school for a lot of reasons. But we want to look into what those reasons are and see if we can intervene in that. As far as the programs themselves, since you know a lot about special education, I can tell, it's most likened to a resource specialist program and an SDC program, and then a moderate to severe program offering. So we try to get the whole spectrum.
And I think there was an outstanding question on when we implement the IEP. If it's determined that a student has one or needs one, it's implemented that next day. The only thing that may delay that a little bit is if we do have to identify related services, but it would be implemented within 15 days in that situation.
We're using the federal state, but
So I'm guessing that, you'll be contracting with local vendors.
Absolutely.
for those services,
Yes.
Including, school psychologists.
Yes.
yes. Arizona licensed vendors, yes.
And we'll contract those services, but if it's deemed that we need a full-time position to support, like, we do that, and we have had that happen in the past as well. So it's really just determined by the students and the needs.
And then, who's responsible for, taking care of the paperwork such as the IEPs? Are there, resource teachers or special education teachers?
They're special education coordinators, I think is what they're called, and they are responsible for managing the IEP.
And managing the timelines for those. Yes.
So, I think there's some comments. So I can see why in the interview for the TRP, you guys are clearly well educated in education, right? So I think that comes across. Here's my issue. My issue is that if you were a currently existing charter in our portfolio, you couldn't be here today. And we would be looking at this because of your portfolio. And why I think that is what you showed us is super impressive and great work. That's what we want to see. Is one of a whole portfolio that Excel has, and that's what we are required to look at, and what we would be required to look at any school, whether they're brick and mortar or online. We have to look at the entire portfolio, what they're doing for students. I have a hard time setting precedent for new charters being able to come in and kind of not have the same standards, or be able to, I don't know that I'm wording this right, but bypass the standards of our currently existing charters. I think just even from a public purview, if I'm at the charter in Arizona, I'd be really upset without some strong data supporting this is why a decision to overturn this, especially since Rio Salado, which is kind of, we've really relied on Rio Salado to approve. In fact, if I'm correct, if Rio Salado approves, they typically don't even come before us. Is that accurate? So we would not only be upsetting precedent for our process we currently have for AOIs, we'd be kind of going against precedent of what we've established for our current Arizona charters. So I'm really struggling with that, and I don't, and it's unfortunate because I get it. I get why the TRP, why you got this score, because I've never seen a business plan that low with a recommendation. That doesn't mean that there hasn't been, I just haven't seen it. And so unfortunately, that's where I stand, and it's nothing. You can absolutely respond. I just don't know that it's gonna persuade what the precedent is, and because it's not for me necessarily a capacity issue with you guys. I mean, you clearly are answering the right questions with the right verbiage, with the right resources. And so I wish, and that's a bummer for me to say, because then how do you, I just, for me, it's I'm just not comfortable with that scenario.
If I can just speak to the online piece, most of the schools that Excel has at this point is brick and mortar. We have not been around for I think 2.5 years on the online side. And so it's a very different line of business, very different, structure, very different staffing. So I feel like we haven't had a chance to, establish ourselves and be able to have the data to back it up. What I will say though is all the kids that I have worked with over my 15 years being in online education, they come to online for a reason. They are seeking another place where they were before did not work for them. And very often they come to us 1 to 2 to 3 years behind grade level. And so when you're looking at state report cards, it is very hard to demonstrate that we're meeting those targets when those kids come to us so far behind. We really focus on growth, double dosing where we can, and moving those kids up. So I know that doesn't help, but I just wanted to say that anyway.
Yeah, I'd like to give my 2 cents too. Yeah, that's why I brought our tried to turn your attention to the fact that you have to compare apples and apples, not apples and oranges. And as we said, these the rest of the portfolio for Excel are turnaround schools. They're schools that were failing, continue to fail. Excel took them over, and in a very short period of time, in a matter of 2 years, have increased. So I think there's credit to be given there. Precedents of apples to apples and apples to oranges, I don't think exists. It's one, I don't believe a fair comparison, and number two is that I don't think it's in statute that, you know, the board couldn't allow a charter to go forward. We're also very aware, and I know Madam Superintendent is very aware, if these children aren't reading by the 3rd grade, they aren't going to read at grade level probably, and they're probably going to drop out of school. So that's what our latest data says. We're offering you the opportunity to intervene in that cycle and get them, if they haven't been coming to school, getting them reading by the 3rd grade, and also the opportunity to break a cycle. And if you look at the data there, the kids that don't come often fall further and further behind every year. The young people that graduate after non-attendance generally can't enter the economy at much more than part-time work, minimum wage with no benefits. That's not what our economy is holding forward or is holding for our young people anymore. There's a lot of learning that has to go on in those 12 years that we have the exposure to school. We want to break that cycle, basically, and that's what we're asking you to do, irrespective of the fact that you would judge us on something we have nothing to do with, you know, you've met a leadership team that can do this, and a leadership team that has the answers. You've admitted that yourselves. We want an opportunity to do that in spite of what tradition would say.
Just one last comment. You know, I particularly welcome Board Member Rice's comments about special ed and IEPs, all those services that kids need, and that your responses were good. I know that it's very challenging in that entirely online world. I also echo President Lee's comments about the Rio Salado thing. I think it is unfortunately not fair for we have kind of a two-track system here, and I don't want that coming back at us in any way, shape, or form. And so I won't call it precedence, but I'll call it my ability to make a decision using that data. I also, you know, just wonder how you're going to go to ramp up to 1,500 students in 3 years, and you know, I just have such a hard time with knowing, especially with younger kids, and that's where you're starting, which, you know, it's great. You know, I have a hard time, you know, where's the data that's really going to tell us we're going to get there, and to grow that rapidly, I think is a bit of a challenge. I'm sure you guys have a plan and all that, but the numbers just are pretty big. But I'm really concerned about the risk. Thank you.
One quick, how much of Excel's team will be in Arizona? Like the
You mean like the corporate team?
Yeah, like live in Arizona.
No, it would be a local operation, if that's what you're asking, a local operation with Excel support team. So people like Taryn and our Nicole was online for curriculum and so on.
Will be living in Arizona?
No.
Most of our Excel team is either on the East Coast or Michigan, Ohio area.
And your special, I know you mentioned the special ed director.
Yes, she's in Pennsylvania.
But the local special
She would
education.
support the special ed coordinator virtually.
From Arizona.
Yeah.
Question.
Yeah.
For Ashley or Rachel, just remind me, if we deny their application this year, can they come back in the future?
President Lee and Member Close, yes, they can reapply next year.
We'll give that back in the discussion we've had.
Okay.
Based upon a review of the contents for the portfolio provided for Arizona Collaborative Learning Partners LLC, the information provided by representatives of Arizona Collaborative Learning Partners LLC during consideration. And given it is within the discretion of the board to approve or deny a charter, I move to reject the application package and deny Arizona Collaborative Learning Partners LLC's request for a charter for the reasons that the applicant did not meet the required scoring criteria in the educational, operational, or business plan, specifically scoring below 60% of the business plan. The applicant did not meet the required criteria for approval to utilize Arizona online instruction. And the board has concerns about the capacity of the identified ESP. I don't know about that one. I'll just use those first two.
Is there a second? I'm second. Okay, Superintendent Wright, gotcha. All right, is there, Aaron, roll call, please.
Vice President Close,
Aye.
Superintendent Designee Wright,
Aye.
Dr. Crockett, Mr. Mason,
Abstain.
Ms. Rice,
So that's my heart. Aye.
Mr. Stratton,
No.
Mr. Swanson,
Aye.
Ms. Wood,
Aye.
Ms. Yanoff,
Aye.
motion passes through majority.
I'm gonna vote aye.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
That's okay. No,
I'm so sorry about
yeah,
that.
that's okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know if that gives.
No, sorry.
Otherwise I would.
Motion passes through majority.
Okay, thanks. All right, thank you guys for being here.
Thank you for your time.
Up next, Arizona Goodwill Education Services.
Arizona Goodwill Education Services submitted a new charter application package to open the Excel Center in Canto in Phoenix, serving grades 9 through 12, but more specifically adult learners. The TRP evaluated the application package and determined that the revised application package does not meet the minimum scoring requirements set by the board for the current application cycle because the applicant's educational plan scored 82.64% and the business plan scored 90.2%. The operational plan did meet the scoring requirements with a score of 100%. After receiving the scoring rubric, the applicant requested to proceed to the capacity interview. Based on the responses and additional information provided by the applicant at the capacity interview, the TRP recommends that the revised application package for the applicant be approved. This applicant intends to contract with an education service provider. Additional information about the performance of the ESP, as well as information about the performance of schools across the country using the same model, but with different ESPs, is included in Appendix C of the board materials. And I can explain that last statement if needed.
Yes.
Okay, so the ESP for this applicant is Arizona Goodwill of Northern and Central Arizona.
Goodwill of Central Arizona.
That's it, sorry. However, which does not currently operate any charter schools. However, they do intend to contract with Goodwill Educational Initiatives, which works with charter Excel centers across the country in several states. Because that model will be the same here in Arizona, we chose to include the academic performance of those schools that work with Goodwill Educational Initiatives or work with the same model and curriculum for your review to understand what this model's success rate is.
Thank you. Okay, so is there a representative? Yes, go ahead and come on up at this time, state your name for the record and any statement you'd like to make.
President Lee, yes. I do believe that Rachel needs to recuse herself.
Oh, okay.
Or yeah, I was just gonna ask when I say that. So I'm gonna officially recuse myself and not be part of this conversation. Thanks.
We'll put her into a breakout room.
Yeah, we're gonna put you in a breakout room, Rachel.
I'm on.
Yeah. Great.
Hello, everybody. My name is Katrina Thurman. I'm an authorized representative for Arizona Goodwill Education Services and the Excel Center. I am joined to help answer some questions by the CEO of Arizona Goodwill Education Services, Mr. Tim O'Neill, as well as our newly hired school director, Joe Cole. We just brought him in from Missouri, where he was running an Excel Center for the last 3.5 years. So knows the model deeply. We're very grateful to be here with you today to talk about the Excel Center model, why we're so excited to bring it to Arizona. Essentially, the short story is Goodwill's been working to end poverty since 1947. Clearly, we haven't succeeded, right? That job is not done. And it's the mission of educators, social service providers to try to address education. When we learned that there were more than 700,000, it's like 10% of the working adults in Arizona do not have a high school diploma. we recognized that the permanent kind of earning capacity that was in front of them was so low, they could never move themselves out of poverty, have family sustaining wages. And we started looking around the country. One of the things that Goodwill organizations are very good at is sharing best practices with each other, which is why Goodwill Education Initiatives formed in Indianapolis. Our Goodwill here in Arizona is a strong Goodwill. It's the second largest in the country. We have about 5,000 staff, over 100 locations, very strong, robust back office supports that support that operation. And so Goodwill decided to form Arizona Goodwill Education Services specifically to invest in and bring the Excel Center model to our state. So the whole application process was like this: how do we answer that question? Because none of the questions are designed for a 30-year-old to go back to high school, right? But essentially an Excel Center is a high school. It's just a high school that's designed to meet adults where they are because they dropped out for whatever reason the traditional education system didn't meet their needs. It's really built, in addition to rigorous curriculum, it's built around removing the most intractable barriers that an adult would face if they want to go back to school. So it provides free on-site childcare right down the hall. So you want to go to class, great, your kiddo's taken care of. Free transportation to and from the school, and every student gets a life coach and a college and career readiness coach. The curriculum, as I said, is rigorous. It's pretty traditional, math, science, social studies, ELA. But it's also going to be designed, sort of customized so that it meets all Arizona standards. It is designed to be relevant to who an adult learner is, to where they are in their life, to the type of reading material that would be most relevant to them, just as an example. In learning about the Excel Centers, there's now 31 of these campuses across the country. There are 3 core tenets to the approach: rigor, relevance, and relationships. What they've recognized is that that adult student, 32 years old, decides to come back after dropping out. They really need relationships with staff that feel unique and personalized and designed just for them. Essentially, it's the place where everybody knows your name. You walk in the door, and whether it's a coach or a teacher, the office administrator, registrar, security guard even, they're going to know who you are. They're going to know why you're there. They're going to notice if you don't show up. So that relationship component is critical. I referenced the curriculum. It's designed to sort of meet an adult where they are, what they need to hear, what they want to learn about. And I think one of the most impactful things to me as somebody who for 20 plus years has been working with individuals who are facing poverty as one obstacle in addition to everything else that comes up in life. These are individuals who deserve to be seen as capable. Like, they've been told they're stupid. They've been told they don't belong in school. They've been told a number of things, and they've likely failed in more than one educational setting. I believe the average across the country in the 30 centers is about 7 previous high schools attended before they make their way to an Excel Center. So our job is to make sure that they have an experience. They are smarter than they thought they were. They're more capable than they thought they were, or that they've been told in the past. So some of the examples of statistics on this is nearly 100% of the graduates will walk out the door with either an industry recognized credential or certificate or college credits. We'd love it if it was both. Of those, about half will go on to college. So of the graduates, about half actually continue into college, which was a path most of them never thought they could have gone down. And this is where the community college system is going to love us. They have a persistence rate of about 75%. Community colleges typically see a 25% persistence rate of people walking in the door. Essentially, the Excel Center has prepared that adult to learn again and to know how to learn, to believe that they can learn, to understand how to study and do all that. As we were designing the presentation, I was like, one of you may ask the kind of day in the life question. And so I wanted to just preview a student, Maria. So she dropped out when she was 16 because she got pregnant. She has 2 kiddos, a 3-year-old, an 8-year-old. And she hears about the Excel Center, is like, I don't think I can do it, but okay, I'm gonna try. So she comes to school every day, her little 3-year-old in tow, puts him in the daycare center right down the hall. She decides to sign up for 3 classes. You could do 4, but she wants the afternoon to be able to go pick up the school age kiddo. So she takes 3 classes, Monday through Thursday is the model. Fridays are designated time for her to go get coaching, to work on her goals, to get some extra help for her English class because that English was not her native language. So she needs a little extra to make it through that well. And she's working on a certificate because her goal is to become an information analyst and she wants to go work at Gecko. So she graduates less than 2 years, finishes all the credits she needs to graduate, gets a great job. She's earning more than triple what she was making when she came into the school in terms of her monthly income. She has stable housing, food, healthcare for her kids for the first time in their life. And this is the part that always gets me. Her mom was like, "You went back to school? I never thought that was going to be possible for me." Her mom decides to enroll too, and they walk across the stage together. And I've seen that happen so many times in these stories from the different Excel centers, and it touches my heart. I don't mean to get super gushy, but the reason it does is because it's going to break the cycle of poverty. The kiddos that watched mom and grandma walk across the stage, their chance of graduating from high school just doubled, if not tripled. And so that's why we're here. We're here because of that one student and because of the 700,000 people in Arizona that need us. And we all look forward to answering your questions about this unusual proposal to have an adult high school.
I have to leave. Great presentation. I haven't heard all the questions, so I can't vote, but I love what you're doing and super sweet by. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Board members, are there any questions?
So I'm just curious, because I'm really impressed by this. I really feel like everyone's heart is right in the right place, and I can feel that for sure. How do you plan to kind of advertise or kind of recruit students, particularly when they may have already, again, as you said, kind of come from that idea that, well, I'm done with education. I can't go back. I don't know how to go back. I don't believe I can go back. Those types of things. I'm just curious how you plan to kind of bring that community.
So I'm going to take the first shot at it as someone who has not actually done it, but has heard about how we're going to do it, right? And then I will let Joe talk about it because he's actually recruited hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of students. So this is a very, I'll say it again probably too many times, this is designed to meet them exactly where they are. That means we go to where they are. We will knock on the doors of every apartment complex within a 5-mile radius of the school. We will have door hangers on every door. We will go to all the neighborhood churches, community centers, probably to the schools, because the schools are going to know whose kiddos' parents might be struggling. We'll go and do presentations. This is absolutely a sales job, right? This is every person in that school for the week before the classes start again will be out making sure that the next group of adult learners know we're there and are given a chance for that second chance. Some people, you might have to knock on their door 4 or 5 times because that's a big deal to try to go back to school when you don't think you can do that successfully. But really it's a person to a person saying, you can do this. I believe in you. We're going to help you every step of the way. If you can only take 1 class, okay. If you can take 4 classes, great. If you only need 5 credits to graduate, or if you need all 22, either way, we're here for you. And we designed this for you specifically. How are you, Joe?
Great. I know you're fine. That was a fantastic explanation. So Joe Cole, former director of the Excel Center in Springfield, Missouri. Recruiting is actually much simpler than it seems. As I think across the nation, 70 or 80% of all students are referred to us either by a friend, family member, somebody you saw it on Facebook. Social media is huge, as I'm sure you're all well aware. After 2020, like Facebook and social media has jumped like 300%. So using those mediums is fantastic. I'd also say community partnerships. We partnered with people like in GED programs who maybe like the student couldn't handle maybe that type of format, but the Excel Center was perfect for them. Maybe they had children, there was no daycare need that was being, or sorry, there was no meeting that need at a GED program where there was in the Excel Center. I would also say graduations, community events, being out there, having like workforce development programs, say like, we'd love to give you a job, but you need to have a diploma in order to get this better paying job. Send them our way. So those are a lot of different ways. And then, publishing and broadcasting these success stories, making that, like closing that gap, because, even if a student was potentially shopping at a Goodwill, maybe seeing on the screen, somebody saying like, hey, I had 3 kids and never thought I could, get a better paying job. I couldn't afford to, and here was an opportunity. I was able to do it. And then that individual, maybe in the store or wherever on the street, could say, hey, like if they did it like that, that literally mimics my life and I could do it too.
Thank you so much for saying this.
Sure.
I just have two questions. So the first one is, obviously being a public high school, you have to take anybody who comes through the door. So I know your target market is over 25, but what happens when the 14-year-old walks through your door and wants to attend? How do you handle that?
I was not prepared to answer the 14-year-old question. So the school is intended to be for adults. So if 18 and older is the age range that we have referenced in the charter application that we intend to serve. Through relationships with other best-in-class charter schools, or if this neighborhood school happens to be a good one that we can get a young person connected to, if they are a 14, 15, 16-year-old that might be a good GED candidate, great. If they're ready to just go take a test and then move on to community college and they'll be successful, that's fabulous. I think I would have to refer back to existing quality charter schools for the kids under 18. Is there any others?
I can add to that. So in Missouri, it was 21 and over. And so oftentimes we would have that 17-year-old who was legally able to drop out of a traditional high school, and they would come knocking on our doors. And we had the responsibility to partner with other, different type of educational resources, and we would try and help them. Like, even though we couldn't take them as a student, we would kind of keep them on a wait list, but say, hey, in the meantime, like, we don't want you to just sit around for 3 or 4 years until you're able to come to the Excel Center. Can we at least try and help you? Even though like we weren't obligated to, we felt compelled to help those students.
Vicki or Ashley, you provide clarifications. My understanding, 14-year-old walks through the door, it's an 8th grade graduate, right? Typically 14, 15. Right. They can't turn them away or accredit them to a different school. Right. So you wouldn't be able to have an age, like you couldn't say that only a 21 and older would come. So what are you gonna do with and definitely would get in trouble by saying, well, here's a great option for you. That's not our option, which is what I feel like I just heard you say that you're gonna do. So
yeah,
maybe answer that question for me. So I really like your school.
Thank you. So the attorney that our counsel just whispered in my ear, we have to take everybody. I had been under an understanding that you could have delimiting conditions of a good quality candidate for your school. Like, you could choose individuals with in certain categories or buckets as a good candidate. We chose 18 and older. So we'll figure it out. I think Joe's answer is probably what we can do, that we aren't the best place for them. Like, we're not designed for a 14-year-old. We're going to have 50-year-olds in classes. And so I think it looks like one of our other outside counsels, I don't know, Jay, with Jacob Rosie with Veritas is on the line, and he is unmuted himself. Does that mean that you have an answer, Jay?
I do have an answer, if I might help with that. So under current law, a charter school is allowed to distinguish amongst age groups and the age of individuals that they will serve. And so their intention here is to utilize that statute to serve 18 and older. And so if a 14-year-old came to our doors, we would not be authorized, frankly, or obligated to serve that student. But as Joe mentioned, our intention would be to make sure that we try to establish an educational home for that child as best as we can. And I can get you a statutory reference there if you need it.
I believe we need it. Is that correct? Okay. I think we need it because that's a great answer, Jay. If that obviously works for the answer that we were looking for.
That was the reason I thought we could just delimit by age.
Sure. Okay, so we just need to make sure that that's the plan. If not,
Absolutely.
Okay. Is that an ARS statute or?
It is an ARS statute, and I'll go off mute and I'll try to figure out if I can put something in a chat feature for you.
Sure. The second question might get out of it because how do you say, funding, talk to me about funding. So past 21, right, or past 22, whatever it is. Talk to me, about that.
So great question. So we are, and Jay's offline doing his homework, but we are working with Veritas and have been actively working on new legislation that would support some type of per pupil or per pupil equivalent that we could draw down to fund students coming back to high school. So adult workforce Act money doesn't actually support anything this robust. It's small dollars. It's already called, the community colleges have already spoken for it. So we really have to identify another funding stream. In the interim, Governor Ducey has provided us with a $12 million sort of pilot funding grant that enables us to get the school opened and gives us a little bit more runway for being able to have funding secured for the 22 plus group of students. We are very optimistic. We've been educating everyone that we can talk to about why this legislation matters, and we're in a good position going into this legislative session with bipartisan support for a new bill. So that is our intention. I will let Tim underscore this, but Goodwill's commitment is that even if we don't secure that, let's say by the time the governor's money runs out, that Goodwill will underwrite the cost of operating the campus. It would just limit our ability to expand, right? Because then it would be limited by how much of, the $3 million annual budget, how many of those does Goodwill want to fund?
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, Katrina's exactly correct. It's a Goodwill commitment. We have been looking at this model now for almost a decade. We've been spending money researching it for 5 years. Our board is fully committed to it. And obviously, we have a large group of thrift stores that help fund the mission of Goodwill. So if we weren't able to draw down on state funding, then the thrift stores would kick in. But what would be sad if we couldn't do that is one school reaches a few hundred people. We really need to reach tens of thousands of people. And so we'd have to find a solution past the Goodwill funding if we really wanted to make the impact that we want to.
Did we get any update? I just see lots of chatter. There's a big way to keep talking through that, guys. But is there an update for the board? Yeah.
Presently, the statute for reference is ARS 15184G.
Right, and that looks.
I can just read it to you. It says a charter school may limit admission to pupils within a given age group or grade level.
Right.
And Jay, is that what you were thinking?
It is. Thank you. You say it nicer than I do.
Just reading. That's great. So that answers that question beautifully. I'm super excited, guys. I think this is really exciting, and this is what gets me excited about charter schools. Like this is why we're here, is to provide choice. And anyway, without that, let's move in.
Yeah, I think this is a great innovative addition to the portfolio.
Yeah, this is really cool.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're super excited.
On review of the contents of the portfolio provided for Arizona Goodwill Education Services and the information provided by representatives of Arizona Goodwill. I move to approve the application package and grant charter Arizona Goodwill Education Services to establish the Excel Center in Chanto, serve grades 9 through 12 with an enrollment cap of 350.
I'll second.
You, Aaron.
Vice President Close,
Aye.
Superintendent Designee Wright,
Aye.
Dr. Crockett,
Aye.
Mr. Mason.
Aye.
Ms. Rice,
Aye.
Mr. Stratton,
Aye.
Ms. Wood,
Aye.
President Lee.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's great. All right.
Okay. Desert Sage School has submitted a new charter application package to open Desert Sage School in Tucson, providing a Waldorf model for grades 9 through 12. The TRP evaluated the application package and determined that the revised application package meets the scoring requirements for the current application cycle. The applicant attended the capacity interview to allow the TRP to assess the capacity of the applicant team. Based on the application scores and the performance of the applicant team at the capacity interview, the TRP recommends the application package be approved. They are on the virtual call.
Yeah,
Perfect.
I'm currently moving people up, but you can speak to them.
Okay, great. Awesome.
Dan, don't forget to bring Rachel back.
We really
Okay.
have to.
So it sounds like there is a representative from Desert Sage School virtually. Now is the time to unmute yourself, state your name for the record, please, and any statement you'd like to make.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Arizona State Charter Board and team, for the opportunity to be present with you today. My name is Venus Tiane Kuya, and I would like to take this time to share a bit about myself and the Desert Sage School applicant team. I am the Desert Sage School's Board of Directors Vice President and an arts educator, and I co-authored sections A and C and led section C1. April Wiley is our board president, an educator, and an administrator, and she co-authored all sections and led section B.
Good afternoon.
Steve Brown, our board treasurer, is a co-founder and educator, and he led section C4 and C5.
Good afternoon.
Sevi Wheatley is our board secretary and project manager extraordinaire, and Sevi co-authored all sections and led A4.
Good afternoon.
Linda Biederman is a co-founder, board member, and educator, and she co-authored and led section A.
Good afternoon.
And Sarah Bromer is a board member and teacher consultant, and she co-authored and also led section A.
Hi, thanks for having us.
If we are awarded charter status, Desert Sage School will become the 5th public Waldorf high school in the nation, and we are excited to be bringing something new and innovative to the students of Tucson. Our mission statement is, guided by the 7 core principles of public Waldorf education, we celebrate diversity, embrace equity, and cultivate inclusion to create space for an educational experience which bridges opportunity gaps, develops students' academic and life skills, and inspires lifelong learning. The unique characteristics of Desert Sage School are the public Waldorf educational philosophy with special emphasis on culturally relevant pedagogy and literacy, the use of data and a strong academic support system to ensure every student is learning, and a robust visual and performing arts program. And we're living in a really unique historical moment, and I like to think of it as a moment in which the world took an in-breath and held it, and the pressure continues to build. Normal experiences of schooling for all teenagers have been vastly altered. Old gaps in our system have widened and new gaps have been revealed. For instance, the interruption of normal schooling has been predicted to have a profound, potentially long-term impact on the achievement gap. And we believe that our educational model has the potential to close not only the academic opportunity gap, but many others that have been created during the pandemic: social gaps, developmental gaps, and gaps in human connection. And our mission feels more important and urgent to us than ever. From the feedback that we received on our application, we know that there may be lingering questions about our schedule, academic credit structure, and plans for how to support transfer students. We take seriously our duty and responsibility to ensure that all state standards have been mastered and student progress accurately assessed. We understand that our schedule and course requirements are somewhat complicated, but all of our choices were made with great intentionality and a belief that the benefits of our organizational framework are worth any difficulties we might encounter. As you know, embarking on a charter journey is no easy feat, and we grew to recognize and respect the rigor, high standards, and accountability that the state charter board has established. Through the application process, as each new set of challenges and hurdles arose, we gained more clarity and insight on who we are serving, why we are establishing this school, how we will accomplish our objectives, and most importantly, how we will enable our students to accomplish their goals. Each hour of sharing, listening, wondering, disagreeing, and finally agreeing strengthens us and deepens our commitment to our mission and to our community. We thank you for this opportunity to learn more about the families of Tucson and what our community desires in education and what teens need from and value in their high school careers. We will cherish this experience for years to come. And we know that this journey, which feels so huge, is potentially only the beginning of a much longer and even more exciting and challenging voyage. We are dedicated to working with students and creating spaces where the spark of learning is ignited, to see them light up and recognize the passions and talents that are innately within them, to cheer them on as they attain their own unique aspirations. So thank you for considering Desert Sage School's application and for supporting and believing in our team and our mission thus far. And we welcome any questions that you might have for us.
Board members, are there any questions? It doesn't get better than 100%. So for you guys, I'm excited about the Waldorf model. I think it's needed in Tucson. I think, you know, sounds like you guys are going to do well. Obviously, with scores like that, can make up a question, but I'm not going to. So with that, is there a motion?
Yeah. Based upon a review of the contents of the portfolio provided for Desert Sage School and the information provided by representatives of Desert Sage School during consideration, and given it is within the discretion of the board to approve or deny a charter, I move to approve the application package and grant a charter Desert Stage School to establish Desert Stage School to serve grades 9 through 10 with an enrollment cap of 125 in year 1, grades 9 through 11 with an enrollment cap of 225 in year 2, and grades 9 through 12 and enrollment with an enrollment cap of 125 in year 3 and beyond.
There's a second.
Second.
Thank you. And Aaron, roll call.
Vice President Close,
Aye.
Superintendent Designee Wright,
Aye.
Dr. Crockett,
Aye.
Mr. Mason,
Aye.
Ms. Rice,
Aye.
Mr. Stratton,
Aye.
Ms. Wood,
Aye.
Ms. Yanoff,
Aye.
President Lee.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Hey, congratulations, guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, Rachel, we have Explore Academy Peoria up next.
All right. Dan, do we have them on the line?
I see some white.
Yeah, I just have to rearrange everything.
Got it, okay. Explore Academy Peoria has submitted a new charter application package to open Explore Academy Peoria in North Peoria, providing a choice-based seminar framework model serving grades 6 through 12. The TRP evaluated the application package and determined that the revised application package does not meet the minimum scoring requirements set by the board for the current application cycle because the applicant's educational plan scored 82.27% and its business plan scored 90.57%. The operational plan did meet the scoring requirements with a score of 96%. After receiving the scoring rubric, the applicant requested to proceed to the capacity interview. Based on the responses and additional information provided by the applicant at the capacity interview, the TRP recommends that the revised application package for the applicant be approved. The applicant does intend to contract with an education service provider. Additional information about the performance of the ESP is included in Appendix C of the board materials.
Board members, any questions for Rachel? Okay. If not, then is the charter holder, I know you're there, so if you want to go ahead and unmute yourself at this time, state your name for the record, and then any statement you'd like to make.
Yes, hi, my name is Nona Jane Shaw, and I am a ex-charter operator. I opened a school in 94, 96, and then 99. I have a special education company that I've had for 20 years, and we do a lot of compliance work with all our charter schools. I've worked with over 100 charter schools in Arizona. And I've been here 40 years. I would like to turn it over to Justin, and he is the CEO of Explore, and he can introduce the rest of our team.
Thank you. Madam Chair, members of the board, my name is Justin Bayardo. I am the original founder of Explore Academy in Albuquerque, New Mexico, and what came from it, which is what we call the Explore Learning Model. I now serve as a member of a robust educational service support team, some members of whom are present today, to support the implementation of an innovative choice-based model to students and teachers to help provide a new way of teaching and learning based on supporting individual student interests and creating a unique educational experience which is driven by the student for better engagement and overall learning outcomes. Given that we're short on time, I will introduce our educational service provider team members, some of whom are here today. Alicia Varela is next to me. She is our Director of Operations. Kimberly DiMaselli is our Director of Instruction, and Karen Warner is our Director of Compliance. They represent a larger 12-member team, but these 4 individuals, including myself, are here today to answer any questions. I'd like to thank the members of the Charter Division staff and TRP review team who have been supportive of an educational model that's truly innovative and outside the box. Sometimes a little difficult to understand, takes some nuanced understanding. To the members of the State Board, thank you for your consideration of the school's application for Explore Academy Peoria. We're excited to support Ms. Shaw and the rest of the school's board in implementing the Explore Learning Model. We're happy to answer any questions or provide any clarification at this point.
Great, board members, are there any questions for the charter holder? I just have a question about your ESP. Will you have local members in Arizona from the ESP?
At present, we do not. Part of our ESP model is to provide a local director of implementation for each startup school. So while we will have an on-site principal, and a school-based, site-based principal, we do actually provide a support person for that principal for the implementation of the model and for all of the startup tasks So it's a team effort in a sense. So that individual is a member of our ESP team, but is an additional support person for the principal.
And that support person is just temporary, like they just start the school off and then do it again or whatever?
I think that depends on the need. For sure, in the first year or two, absolutely, they're there for that support. It depends on, if the school needs continued support, I think that's what we're flexible with. Obviously bringing on an assistant principal once enrollment grows helps build out a more robust leadership team. So I think it really depends on what we see as a need identified after year 1, year 2, et cetera.
How do you stay connected, when you're kind of all over? So how do you stay connected in Arizona, with your school site, team?
So we're big on communication. We handle workflow, and this has been something that has grown within our team and our capacity over the years. We manage it through an online workflow program where we are always in communication. All of our staff can see everything. If there's a teacher or a principal concern or question, it's put into the platform. We're all very quick to opine and problem solve and troubleshoot anything we need at any point in time. So with that, though, we do have a standing meeting, which is on a weekly basis to ensure that there is time provided with all members to go through anything the principal might need. And of course, we're on call for all hours of the day, every other day, 24/7, as we come to find, to support the schools in whatever capacity.
Additionally, I would be traveling to the schools to train teachers quarterly or as the need arises. And I, as the director of instruction, I'm also providing services weekly to staff members through Zoom meetings, a devoted day to the school that they could meet with me all periods of the day for curriculum, academic, and school model support.
If I could just add, this is Karen Warner, Director of Compliance. I just want to add that we also support the board members very closely, attending board meetings and being sure they're in compliance with any Open Meetings Act, and as well as all policy-making decisions for the school, helping support that. And that's part of my role as the Director of Compliance. I like to say that compliance is in every single area. As we saw earlier today, we're going to avoid assuming approval by this board, we would avoid coming before you again for a compliance issue. But we do work very closely with the board members as well to provide support to them, and including attending the board meetings. And while I have the floor, if I could, I just want to share a little bit about my background. I come from the public education department here in New Mexico in the Charter Schools Division, similar to Ms. Hannah's role. And I have been a fan, as I said, I was Deputy Director of the Charter Schools Division in New Mexico's Public Education Department, supporting our commission in New Mexico that authorizes state charter schools, and did a lot of oversight and monitoring. Was very impressed with the Explore model from my first visit. A school that really focuses on standard-based instruction at the secondary level is phenomenal, and have always loved the school, secretly, a fan from the Charter Schools Division. And when Mr. Bayardo, Ms. Varela were looking for a director of compliance, I was thrilled to join their team. And I just started in July with the school itself, but I just wanted to share why I did and how much I love working for this school, and hope we can bring it to your students in Arizona.
That's great. Thank you. Board members, any other questions? Okay, with that, is there a motion?
Yep, based upon a review of the contents of the portfolio provided for Explore Academy Peoria and the information provided by representatives of Explore Academy Peoria during consideration, and given it is within the discretion of the board to approve or deny a charter, I move to approve the application package and grant a charter to Explore Academy Peoria to establish Explore Academy Peoria to serve grades 6 through 9 in year 1 with an enrollment cap of 270, grades 6 through 10 in year 2 with an enrollment cap of 390, grades 6 through 11 in year 3 with an enrollment cap of 515, and grades 6 through 12 with an enrollment cap of 515 in year 4 and beyond.
Is there a second? Thank you. Aaron, roll call.
Vice President Close.
Aye.
Superintendent Designee Wright,
Aye.
Dr. Crockett,
Aye.
Mr. Mason,
Aye.
Ms. Rice,
Aye.
Mr. Stratton,
Aye.
Ms. Wood,
Aye.
Ms. Yana,
Aye.
President Lee.
Just really fast, I think it's important to note, and I didn't, is that the ESP has really great academic performance. So that's kind of why they have an ESP, but we kind of didn't dig into it too much. I just realized that I didn't verbally state that before that. So I'm just explaining my yes. I think I'm allowed to do that. So I just wanted to throw that out there for public record. Is kind of why this went quickly. Okay.
For final tally.
Yeah, for final tally.
The ESP assessment, right when I made the motion.
Yes, okay. Yeah, so yes is my official answer. I just needed to get that in. Okay.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right. Okay, congratulations, you guys. We're excited to have you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
All right, bye.
Thank
Okay, last but certainly not least, Perform to Learn Enterprises LLC.
Perform to Learn Enterprises LLC has submitted a new charter application package to open Perform to Learn Academy in Scottsdale, providing a play-based performing arts program to grades K through 5. The TRP evaluated the application package and determined that the revised application package does not meet the minimum scoring requirements set by the board for the current application cycle because the applicant's educational plan scored 16.86%, the operational plan scored 71.43%, and the business plan scored 50.88%. After receiving the scoring rubric, the applicant requested to proceed to the capacity interview. Based on the responses and additional information provided by the applicant at the capacity interview, the TRP recommends that the revised application package for the applicant be denied.
Great, thank you. Is there a representative from Perform to Learn Enterprises LLC? If so, if you could unmute yourself at this time and state your name for the record.
Can you see me?
I think I'm your hand. Yeah, go for it.
Oh, there we go. Okay. Hi, my name is Ashley Lewis, and I believe McCartney Hart, who is our founder and president, is on with us as well.
Yes.
Hi. Okay, so very much true to what it is that we are trying to accomplish along with everybody else. We have really been humbled by this process. While we do have outstanding schools that are growing across states, that are meeting very different compliance issues, that are being upheld to a rigorous set of standards, we are here before you understanding that it's not believed that we're quite ready yet. So rather than go down a road where we're defending things or trying to prove to you that today we are ready, we'd love to hear just your genuine thoughts and feedback for us so that we may go back, regroup, and come before you with an application that you are ready to support our concept out into the state. And with that, I will hand it over to McCartney.
Yes, hi. So at the beginning of COVID, we had parents, kind of running all around scurrying and saying, we don't know what to do. We're not going to send our kindergartner to an online program because leaving a preschool is a very treacherous experience for a young person, especially if they've been there for a really long time. So we scurried ourselves to try to put together a program in a format. We spoke a lot with the SUSD and a lot of the schools that we knew the children would go off to, and we asked them to help support us in preparing the children to be ready for this post-pandemic entry to school while the pandemic's not over. So what we did was we put together a kindergarten and first grade program through our play-based performing arts school. And after listening all day, I am totally clear how complicated it can be to introduce a play-based program and then separately a performing arts program, and then try to fuse those to explain even further what we do, which is so abstract. It's a daunting task. However, we do have a successful school in Scottsdale, and one of the reasons why we actually went the charter route, asked by the TRP and not private, is because we do actually live in an area it's pretty affluent, and the parents can afford private tuitions leading up until high school and then on. What we didn't want to do is we didn't want to exclude the families that don't have that income luxury, but do love our concept. You know, our alumni went off after, the COVID kindergarten and first grade we put together, and they're excelling in the top 3 to 5% of their classes. We are an already existing program. Our budgets were hard to assume because they're very real. We have a really fabulous setup location, and we, are currently operating, a school that I recognize today. You guys have compliance is really important. We have a lot of compliance things that we already are very familiar with because preschool's got a lot of liability and a lot of compliance as well. So it was disheartening a little bit for us, not shocking, because we actually got handed a very beautiful building that we could expand into for elementary. And we scurried, calling Rachel all the time, like, oh my gosh, are we even going to be able to get this application in on time? So we knew it was kind of a long shot, but the disappointing fact is, because we were really, really struggling with taking such an abstract model and trying to figure out how to put it in a very traditional application. And it was very complicated to put it into, the different aspects of the application, which I know everybody goes through the process. We struggled with it. It's nothing wrong with the application. We struggled with how to do that. I was faced with two options. We could either hire somebody who's done it before, and we could answer all the questions you guys wanted to hear based off, what the application was requiring. But after being on these calls today and hearing what the charters that are currently registered are or licensed are struggling with, I know that if I had gone that route, we'd be in with a compliance issue ourselves because we are very untraditional. So I wanted to say that, today was very helpful. It was very informative. We're just kind of sad because the parents who have promissory notes saying, if you can get this going, we're going to go. The private school people who can pay, they're going to sign up for an elementary school with us starting next year. The children who aren't in the academic position and parents aren't in the economic position to continue on are unfortunately going to have to go to a public school system that they just currently do not believe in right now. And so it's disheartening because as a preschool owner and operator of 12 years with this play-based performing arts platform, we see many things. And one of the things that's really changed during COVID is the parents want to see their kids happy. We're in a crisis as a country. The CDC is even saying that the next major crisis for us isn't necessarily a pandemic. It's the level of mental health that issues that are going to be stemming from age 2 to age 20. So I do not envy your position as board members. And we kind of talked to Rachel and we're like, yeah, we kind of know that this probably isn't going towards a positive area for us for this time, but we did want to sign on and say thank you. We wanted to try to see if there was any twinge of feedback for us as we regroup in January to decide whether we'll go through reapplying. And I think that's really fully all of it for me. I don't know, actually, if you had anything else to add, but any feedback for us, we just kind of want to identify, are we a really good fit for a charter, or should we go ahead and follow through with our plan before applying for the charter to go private? Because we do definitely have that model that will be successful, but we're plagued by the fact that so many children who may want to be a part of our program moving forward for elementary may not be because of an economic separation.
Yeah, no, well, we really appreciate you being here today and just, coming before us. I'll speak to just a few things. I think whether or not you're a good fit for our community, I think play-based performing arts is definitely something that parents are wanting. I think it's clear if people are privately paying you for it, then people will go for free, even more so. So to say that you fit our portfolio, I think is very accurate. And I understand we've had lots of, I can name 5 off the top of my head that have come before us in somewhat of your predicament, or they've had to come through maybe once, and then the second time they learned a lot and realized it's really figuring out how to write your model down in such a way that fits the guidelines, right? So we've had very unique. I mean, you just saw today an approval of a 21 plus high school. Who would have thought?
I love that concept, though. I love the concept.
I know. So we are pro different models, right? I'm a big believer that that's why charter schools are here. Is to allow for different models to happen. So we would love. I know. Whether or not I can share this, board staff has personally reached out and is excited and hoping that you open up a model that is public and free. And so we'd love to have you back. I think the biggest thing that we can tell you and board members can comment, is really is figuring out, and maybe whether that's through hiring someone who's been through this process of just figuring out how to get your model on paper. Because that's the biggest feedback I saw from the TRP, is just that, they got feedback and then just couldn't get that kind of in writing back in the model to really fit the standards, because your model can be absolutely different and unique, but there's still a way to explain that that fits within our framework. Right. And I think we have lots of examples of that. So
I mean, we did try to reach out to the foundation that assists in that. And because of COVID, they were so short-staffed, they couldn't even give us a recommendation on name. Then we went to people that were referred to us by other charter schools who helped them write their application. And those people assisted us the best they could, because they have been people who helped get other charters approved. So, we really did try to ascertain exactly what was expected. I will disclose, I'm the founder and the visionary, but I'm on the spectrum for autism and I have dyslexia. So the application was daunting to me. I told Rachel, I am the target population for this concept, because if you don't introduce it through music or dance, I'm not going to learn it, right? So we did really try to do those things. And I know Rachel helped as best she possibly could without it being, a conflict, and she's been awesome. I want to publicly say that. But yeah, I think that if we could be guided to just a little bit more of a resourceful place, I would jump on it right now, and I know our team would, because we have a pretty phenomenal board who I was like, I just want to go private. Like, no, we're doing this again. We're gonna fill it out and do the application again. And I was like, okay. So if there's just any advice on where to find those people, it would be awesome, because we really did do our due diligence, and everywhere we went, it was like, well, because of COVID, people left, or we're short-staffed, or there wasn't funding, and we were just like, ah. So that would be probably the closing for me, is just, where do we find those additional people? Because when we called, they didn't answer.
Absolutely. So I don't think as a board we can recommend individuals. That could get a little dicey, but what I have seen is, if you want to go ahead and follow up with board staff, if you want to call Rachel, she will help you out in that department. So for sure, absolutely. So awesome. We want to make sure that that's not, what's hindering you. And so we are in full agreement that we want you to come back. So please stay the course.
Ashley, Scott, one more thing. Thank you guys for your time. I hope you guys go home and get rest. I was on it almost all day and was like, wow, these people haven't taken a break. This is a lot.
Okay, so just as far as this meeting goes, do we need to officially make a motion, or are you guys withdraw?
You will still need to make a motion. I do think that Ashley on the call has one more thing she wants to ask.
I apologize. Sorry, we have an Ashley here too. I got confused. Okay, yep, go for it.
And one last thing that I know, we're all in agreement, right? Getting our model on paper and turning it into taking something that's very 3D and 4D and turning it into black and white words is the bane of my existence at this moment in time. But there are, how have you seen in the past, or what would you recommend to an applicant like us who is approaching an enrollment matrix and a staffing matrix in a way where it is what it is? I have no idea how we would have addressed that particular item any differently. And then the trickle down of how that water falls into that in a way that's both compliant, and then it allows it to be part of a contract that we live up to going forward.
So I think, your best bet is going to get that advice from board staff. So just because they are intricate, they know the application so much more than we do. We make the decisions based off of that. And yeah, your best bet is going to be talk to particularly Rachel. I think you guys have her information. She is going to help you with that.
Okay. Well, thank you guys so much for your time and what it is that you do, and just your encouragement to get our speed bump and come back, because we definitely believe we're excited you guys see that.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so with that, we do need to make a motion.
Just want to say I do appreciate the representative's attitude and understanding. And wish them good luck. But based upon a review of the contents of the portfolio provided by Perform Enterprises LLC and the information provided by representatives of Perform Enterprises LLC during consideration and given it is within the discretion of the board to approve or deny a charter, I move to reject the application package and deny Perform to Learn Enterprises LLC's request for a charter for the following reason. I'm just going to put one, keep it simple. The applicant scores on the educational, operational, and business plan are well below the required scoring threshold of 95%.
Is there a second? I'll second. Thank you. With roll call, please.
Vice President Close,
Aye.
Superintendent Designee Wright,
Aye.
Dr. Crockett,
Aye.
Ms. Rice,
Aye.
Mr. Stratton,
Aye.
Ms. Wood,
Aye.
Ms. Yanoff, President Lee.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Hey, thank you guys so much for being here. We're looking forward to seeing you again.
Thanks. Take care.
All right, board members, with that, we are on to the summary of current events, future meeting dates, and future agenda items. Ashley, take it away.
January 10th is our next meeting, and we'll hopefully be in person again. So January 10th here at 9.
That's awesome. With that, we are adjourned.
Happy holidays.
Aye, thank you.
Happy holidays.